Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Hi. I got a pair. Yeah. Congratulations to Broly for getting first. Oh my goodness. Good job. Good job. Good job. And also thank you for the hero boom. This is so awesome. I don't know. I got a new pair foe today. And I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not as good as the other ones. I usually get they're called like Barlet pears. I don't remember what this one is called. It's still a green pear, but it's not hitting the same. I would give it like a 7 out of 10, but it's still good. Oh my goodness, thank you for the alert crypt. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you feeling better? I am. Oh my goodness, Hero Hom. Hero Hom, I didn't know you were feeling under the weather. I'm glad you're feeling better though. Enjoy your bear. Oh my god, they can't even bring themselves to say it. Girl, when is the last time you had a pair? They're not even that bad. They're kind of poggers, I must say. Good morning, Holly. Oh my goodness, it's so good to see you. Also, hello to Aware as well. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning, everyone. Right, you like pears? What's that supposed to mean? Yo, pears are pretty good. They're kind of epic. Ah. Mhm. 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 I don't know. You know those little fruit cups with the cherries in them? Like the classic little like lunchbox fruit cups that are like sitting in syrup. I feel like the pears were the best parts of those. Mhm. Mhm. Everything else was too squishy. I don't remember the other fruits. I think it was like pears and peaches and like the little red cherries. I don't know. I like peaches, but I always felt like those ones were too soft and squishy. It's so good to see you too. Oh my goodness. Thank you. You almost ate a poisoned rotten one? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It was just like really squishy. It was really squishy, but it wasn't poisoned, surely. And I didn't even eat it, so it doesn't count. I think the feeling you have eating this pear is how others feel about pears in general. You know, I could kind of understand where people are coming from if they're always eating this type of pear. I wish I knew what it was called. I just remember this kind was on sale. And I was like, "Oh, I'll try a different type of pear." But you guys have to get the Barlet pears. Those ones are where it's at. This one, I would agree when people say pears are just worst apples if they're eating this. Mhm. Mhm. It's pretty tasty, but not that much. Thank you for your lurk, Jarchi. Six pear lovers in the world. Yo! Oh my goodness. They would not put pears in the little childhood fruit cups if they weren't good, you know? The peaches were better than pears. I like peaches more. Mm, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like they were always so squishy. And then I wonder if I can find them. I don't remember what they're called. But there's like a specific brand I'm thinking of. Fruit cup. No, these are bougie. Hold on. Oh, maybe they're dull. I haven't had one of them in so long. Oh my goodness. Okay, look at this. Is the space boyfriend here? Oh my goodness. I don't think so. Hold on. We're not. Don't panic. We're not taking an ad break. I'm just using the Google Chrome. Okay, you see this behind my head? This is. It doesn't even say. It just says mixed fruit. Okay. So, so there's fruit of like undetermined origin. But it is like this is a peach and this is a cherry and this is a pear. Is that all there is? Maybe it is just pears and peaches and cherries. I thought there is something else in there as well. But anyway, the pears carried these. Well, okay, the cherries carried them, but there's usually only like one or two cherries in the whole thing. So the cherries go first, and then the pears, and then, the squishy little peaches. Not as good. Not as good. How are you? I hope you've been well since I last saw you. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm in the process of moving, and low key, my landlord has not um given me a lease yet, and I'm supposed to move in like 5 days. So I'm like a little bit nervous about that, but other than that, I'm doing pretty awesome. Yippee! Peaches are so goaded. Listen, I'm not arguing that like peaches are good or bad. I'm just saying in those specific little fruit cups, I feel like they were too squishy. Not very good. Yo, thank you for the 40 stream streak. Sheesh. Look at this commitment. It's so awesome. I remember those. I actually never ate them. Really? I feel like my mama would put them in my lunchbox sometimes. I had a friend that would like drink the syrup at the bottom. I was never that committed, but I feel like that would be kind of good. Cherries are so good when they're good and so nasty when they're nasty. I don't think I have cherries enough to really form an opinion. I really only have the sweet little like maraschino cherries. Like the super sugary ones that are like always with cocktails and like ice cream. Well, I'll have those, but like an actual cherry like with a pit, I think I've only had those like one time. And they were really good when I had them, but I just never tried again. I don't see them that often. Back and repack again. Oh, I don't want to unpack. It took so long to pack my bookshelf because my boxes, like, I don't know, my books didn't fit like perfectly in the boxes, so I don't know. My book boxes are kind of a mess. Mm, I really, I really don't. Like, I have a great time packing, but I wouldn't want to do it again. Strict dedication to the one last fight, Ryan. Oh no. Oh my goodness, 55. Sheesh. I don't remember when the stream watch streaks like rolled out, but I'm kind of surprised that I've streamed 55 times since then. It's a lot. If you drink the salad juice, be honest, is criminal. What? What is salad juice? Like you put vinaigrette on your salad and then like you like lick it off the bottom? I've never finished a salad and had like liquid at the bottom. Like usually the dressing might be like on the sides of the bowls, but not enough that it would be like drinkable. That sounds like maybe you're overdressing the salad perhaps. Should have just start on the books in your big, beautiful English degree ever brain. I'm pinning that. Oh my goodness. Holy glaze. Thank you. I really should have. I think, I think my most, I think the most interesting book that I have, is the amazing book is Not on Fire. Y'all, y'all rocking with Dan and Phil. One time I volunteered at this what do you call it, like a book fair, and they let us take a bunch of free books home, and and I got some copies of like Fruits Basket manga, and I got 50 Shades of Grey, and I got Divergent, that series. And then I saw it glistening, the Dan and Phil book. I was like, this is so funny, I have to have this, and I haven't read it yet. I mostly use it to press flowers, but I think it's so funny. I like seeing it on my shelf. Really laugh a little bit. I'm gonna take a nap because I stayed up late struggling to sleep. Have a kick ass stream, I remember. You're breathtaking. Oh my goodness. That's such a sweet message. I hope you have such a good nap. Let me tuck you in. Um, there we go. Good night, good night, good night. I hope you rest so well. So many people I know drink the salad juice and they act like it's normal. And they're like, no, you don't get it because you don't like salad. I think I'm just saying. Uh, I've never heard of salad juice before. Mm. I've heard of people drinking like pickle juice, which I think is a little bit upsetting, but I just don't like pickles, so maybe that's a me problem. But like salad juice, that's unfortunate. He's back. Hello, son of favorite boss. Hi, Cozy. My goodness, welcome back. Wow. I'm so cooked. Oh, Tommy, you didn't even type your own username, right? Did you, Tommy? Did you not go to sleep yet? My goodness, got some sleepyheads in chat. Get tucked. Everyone, go to bed. Everyone who hasn't gone to sleep, go to bed right now. I loved Danonville so much when I was in high school, and recently saw a girl at college wearing a hat that's merch for one of their tours, and I was like, I know what you are. Mm, that's iconic. I did see Dan on tour. I didn't see them both on tour. Is like I don't know. I don't keep up with them too much anymore. But Mr. Daniel Howell, I feel like he's been doing kind of his own stuff the last few years. I forgot what the tour was called. It was like the end of the world tour or something like that. I don't know. It is something kind of funny. And he came to my city, and I was like, man, how iconic would it be to go and see Dan on tour? And I did. And it was awesome. I hope Dan and Phil are having a good day today. Mhm. Mhm. I didn't watch them that much. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I watched some of their content, but I wasn't like obsessed with them. But I don't know. I still thought it would be a good time, and it was. 1 a.m. and I had to wake up at 6. I love school. Oh, you're not even getting a full night's sleep. You're having you're having like a 5-hour nap. That's so cooked. Well, hopefully you can take a nap after school. Good night, Tommy. Pika pee. Sorry, Cozy. That was not my best work. I would like to issue a formal apology. That one could have been better, but alas, I'm trying. I'm trying to eat this pear as fast as I can so we can start the game, and not and not just like stare at each other. Do it again. Nuh-uh, you gotta redeem that. I play Rotmug. Sheesh. Well, did you at least do a good job? Did you get any rare items after the pear? Okay. Let me speed eat this pear and then I'll do it for you. I haven't watched them in years, but I was still really happy for them with the big coming out news. But that shit was stressful as hell. So proud of them. Mm-hmm. That was such an event. I don't know. I remember I didn't hear like any news about them in so many years, and then all of a sudden I get this YouTube like notification, and it was like their coming out videos, and I was like, shit, this is so awesome. He died. I did not sin. I died like an idiot. Oh man, you sacrifice your sleep for that? That is so sad. That's so sad. My goodness, thank you for the hygiene stretch. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Mm, I love eating on stream. It's always not awkward at all. Uh, Solar, but thank you. You're not a cinephos, you're a cinefraud. What am I a fraud for? I'm not arguing that I'm not a fraud. I would just like to know what I'm being accused of. Girl, I do it all the time. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm just such a slow eater. I feel like anytime I'm out to dinner or something with my friends, I'm always like the last person to be eating. And I feel like I don't know. I feel like when I'm streaming, I'm like, oh, let me like just take a sneaky little bite real quick, and then 30 seconds later, I'm just like silent. You guys hear that Terraria is getting a huge update for the first time in years? I did hear that. I'm actually gonna be playing it with some friends on Thursday. Is it is it out yet? I don't know. Our goal was to play it like when the update came out. But I'm not even 100% if it's out yet. This guy ordered a second Pika Pika and you missed it. No. They said do it after my pair. Don't even worry. Oh my goodness, and Tommy we're doing one. Guys, I'll Pika for like a full minute straight. Let me just finish my pair. I'm in chapter 4 Adultery. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do you like it? Are you like in the middle of chapter 4? Like did you start chapter 4 yet? Or are you like at the beginning? I want to know your opinions on a character, but I don't wanna like ask you stuff you don't know about, you know? I have a strong urge to cook up a fire TTS, but I also recognize that's just the urge to procrastinate the writing I should actually be doing. Okay, but hear me out. What if the fire TTS like warms you up and gets you in that flow state for writing? And then after you do the TTS, then you go back to your essay and you like cook so hard. Raider with Pika Pika, she will yap all this stream. Oh my goodness, joke's on you. Joke's on you, there's a limit. It's one Pika Pika per person per stream. So the most you could get right now is however many viewers there are. Like 13. Hi, Ryan. Hi, good morning. Yes, I've only started it, still on the surface, and decided to go to the dark world first instead of the mayor's house. Look at you. Look at you. It is so awesome. How did you feel about Tenna? Man, I'm so sad I missed your chapter 3. I'll have to watch the VOD. It's a raider with other people. I'm gonna like phone a friend. Phone a friend to come in. That's so awesome. I am in flow state actually. I only have a scene to finish, but after that, it's silly TTS time. Wait, a scene to finish? Are you writing a script? Are you writing a script? Wait, that's so cool. He grew on me mayhaps. He redeemed himself. Yo! Okay, so you didn't like him at first? I think most of the people I've talked to kind of loved him immediately. Like they really enjoyed this silly little TV man. You get your glue signed. Oh my goodness. Sign my gloobs. What is that from? I really don't remember where the concept of gloobs came from. Was that from Deltarune? Or was that from Danganronpa 2? Haven't takes Drago's cigarette. Haven't heard about gloobs in years. I'm writing a script for my graduation film. Hee hee hee, nervous. Yo, that's so exciting! Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good. I'm so proud of you. Just cause Tenna is never glooby. Oh, That's right. That's right. Gloopy. That's such a good word. Oh, to be gloopy. Okay, I'm all done with my pear. Okay. This one's for all my Pika Pika enjoyers. Pika 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 Pika. Yup. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? I said he should sign my boobs, but that was a short-sighted plan. Boobs are much more valuable. Mm-hmm. That is so understandable. That's so understandable. Hold on, I'm not gonna take an ad, but I'm gonna put baby sensory on the screen just so that you are stimulated, and then I'm gonna put my pear plate in the sink. Okay, just look at this. It'll be like 30 seconds. Just 1 sec. If I can make it big, please. Okay, there we go. I'll be so right back. I hope you're stimulated. I hope these fruits were stimulating. Recorded. Time to do something for morning. Oh, if I knew you wanted it to be your alarm, I would have thought about it a little more. Um, uh, uh, um, well, okay. Okay. Pikapi, that's like the second best redeem. The second best? What do you think the first best one is? Petition Frosty to get an aura redeem. I just don't think I could do it that well. I think I think that would be a bit difficult for me. He's living his best life in our dark castle now. Oh wait, that's so cute. Our little guy. This one? The Vine Boom is your favorite redeem? That's so awesome. That's so awesome. I do like that one. Well, I haven't like looked at my redeems in a while, I'm not gonna lie. I think I think the Big Time Rush might be my favorite. I feel like I need to refresh my redeems a little bit. If anyone has any redeem suggestions, hit me up. Best redeem is Monsqueak. Oh my goodness. My goodness, let me get him. Okay. Where's Spotify? Oh, I love that one. It's so versatile. Alright. Here's Monsley. Pretty cool, huh? Quack, please? Oh, I had a quack for a long time. For a few months, and nobody ever really used it. It got used like, I don't know, like once every 3 streams. And I don't love having a ton of sound ones, but I guess you could bring the quack back. Oh my goodness, another squeak. Quack for us, bro. Listen to Monsley. I used it all the time. I don't know. I feel like you and Mick were the only people who used it. Which, is fine. I don't like having my redeems be like too many sounds, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I'm like picky about it. Okay, warning warning sad game with serious deep topics. So if you're not in the right headspace to handle that, maybe this would be a good stream to sit out. Or if you're gonna play this in the future and you don't want it spoiled, you know, maybe maybe also sit this one out. My goodness, we got some gambling going. Okay. I'm seeing some wins. Oh, I'm seeing some losses. Hi. Hi, good morning. Good morning. I hope you're doing good. Hold on, this is a little loud. I think you'll have to head out. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Have a good day. Okay. I think this volume is good. I do want to play this one. Yeah. My goodness, you should. I really like it so far. It's a lot more in depth than I thought it would be. Like, not that I had any um expectations, but I think I think this game is a lot a lot longer, a lot more choice space than I thought it would be, and I think that's pretty cool. It's this guy's name. They let me name him, and our very own dear Splingus suggested the name Blorgle, and that's the one that stuck. So everyone, please say hi to Blorgle. I think the last single that happened was Basil was like freaking out in the bathroom, and then we went home, and our house was scary looking. But now our house looks pretty regular. So hopefully everything's chill. Cardboard boxes are littered across the house. That's just a picnic basket to save. This bookcase has been cleared out. An ordinary houseplant. Wait, this is just like my house right now. Because I'm also in the process of moving. So there's just boxes in my living room and like empty bookshelves. Blorgle plus Frosty equals Sparkle? Why did I call you this? Well, yeah, I guess I don't really have anything wrong with Fargle. Although I will say, I'm not Blorgle. I guess in a way I'm Blorgle. But like this little guy, this is not me. This guy eats microwave steak. I would never do that. Did we go to sleep and wake up and it's still dark? Or did we just never go to sleep? Oh, look. He's like, I'm not going in that room. I wonder why. Okay, let's go outside. Maybe. Oh, he doesn't want to go outside. Well, where do you want to go? Farkle is the best. Oh, why thank you. I think this is where I came from. This is where I came from. Okay, well, we're in Mom's room. Maybe we gotta go in our own room. We're in the bathroom. Oh my god. Hi, Blurgle. This is a note from Mommy. Remember to brush your teeth every day. Love you, XOXO. Okay. Scary little creature in the mirror. That's always good. No new messages. I can't even play on the computer. Oh. Yes, let's go to sleep. Let's go to sleep. Okay. A regular dark room. A little bit ominous. I feel like everything looks a little more ominous when you're a child. Okay. Omori and Basil. Basil's not there anymore. The door's not there anymore. I think we did... I think this is the last thing we did last time. And there wasn't a save point in the white room. So I just closed the game. Staring at a light bulb. Our shadow is creepy. All pretty regular. Welcome to White Space. Hi. You've been living here for as long as you can remember. At least we got a door. Yeah, oh my goodness. Dragonite, that's such a cute little emote. Waiting for something to happen? A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Okay, we still have to look for some letters. A lot of letters. Well, we got A and E. And that's pretty good. And based on the way this is written, I feel like this has to be 2 or N. So maybe we should look for a T. T is in a large bubbly tank. Okay. I will try my best to remember. I think this is all the same. The little guy we keep seeing in the mirror. So, that's good, I guess. A light bulb hangs from the ceiling, wherever it is. This little guy's the same too. Pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. Okay. Let's go see our friends, perhaps. A white door casts a faint shadow. What would you like to do? Let's open the door. Okay. Yippee! Oh, sorry. I'm clicking things. Omori, welcome back. See, Hero? I told you not to worry. Omori always shows up when we need him. Is everything okay, Omori? We were worried about you. Now that you're here, let's go out and look for Basil. He's counting on us. I guess this like little dream world doesn't reflect reality. Basil is lost here still. Be patient, Kel. We have to make sure that Omori is okay first. Or maybe you and Hiro can go yourselves. Oh? Come on, Omori. Let's go exploring together. Just the 2 of us. Hey, you can't leave us out of this. He's right, Aubrey. We have to do this together as a team. You never know when you'll need someone's help. We're stronger when we work together. Mori and I will be fine on our own. Oh. Maybe Aubrey has a little crush on Omori. This is what I look for. Oh my goodness. Hi, Osa. Yeah, we're back to Amori. Pretty cool, huh? What up, Cinnabos? Hi. Hi. How's it going? You'll protect me, won't you, Amori? Ew, gross. Get a room. Come on, Aubrey. It's time to get serious now. Let's go tell Mari that Omori's okay. You know how she's always worrying about him. Okay, fine. I was just trying to have a little fun. It's crazy. Like your friend is missing and you're like, oh, what a good opportunity to flirt. I guess they're just kiddos. A photo of someone familiar. It's interesting that there's like a shrine. Mari isn't dead in this area. Oh, I wonder who it's for. Wait, would you like to make toast? Yo. That's so awesome. I haven't had toast in a long time. Fluffy pillow shaped like the head of a girl. Neatly wrapped present. Blender. Baseball bat. I think everything else is the same. Going out, Omori? Here's your allowance for today. 750 clams. Oh, that's so many. So generous. The song feels scary. Baby! Oh, where'd my game go? Hold on. I thought I figured out how to do it without dox view, but I think we just have to be doxing foe today. Okay. I don't know why it's smaller than the other one was, but it's okay. Omori, look, Omori is here. Omori. Aw, that's so cute. Stop disappearing like that. You know my heart can't take it. So there's still no sign of Basil? Where could he be? We're not sure. We've been looking for him everywhere, and still, nothing. I'm gonna turn it down just a smidge. Sorry. Sigh. I hope Basil is okay. I miss him so much. Yeah, I miss hearing him talk about all the stuff he's into. Like all the flower stuff. And the photo stuff. And the art stuff. And the reading stuff. Aww. My hair is so tingly. I miss when Basil used to brush my hair. Aww. Omori, will you brush it for me? Well, I miss when Basil used to remind me to wash my hands. Ew. Look, they're so dirty. Ew, Kel. Kel, you should probably wash your hands anyway. Everyone, I know it's tough right now, but we have to stay positive. We should all try to be like Basil. Even when Basil's upset, he always manages to smile. So, is there anywhere you haven't checked yet? Well, there is a forest west of the stump, but it's gross and full of spiders. Spiders. Aww. Well, you know what that means. Once again, it's time to face your fears, little brother. And that means you too, hero. Shaking. Come on, big bro. You can't back out now. It's just like how it is with Omori. We're here to support you all the way. Yeah, you're right. Haha. I'm just being silly. Don't worry, guys. If anyone or anything tries to hurt you, I'll smash it out of the way. You can count on it. And don't forget about me. I'll always be there to help too. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah. We can do this together. Let's go to the forest west of the stump. Lead the way, Omori. Is Mari gonna be in the party? Oh. I guess not. I guess she's just picnicking. Oh, I like that noise so much. Okay, I want to check on Basil's flowers first. I'd be really sad if he came back and they were dead. What? Hot diggity dog. Seems that I am the perfect length to block this path. What? What? But the flowers. Okay, well, maybe they'll be fine. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. That's so cute. Okay, off we go then. I don't know. This song makes me feel like nostalgic. Oh boy, oh boy. I've been waiting so long for this event. It is a delightful day indeed. Oh my goodness, there's so many. Oh yes, oh yes. At last, our glorious princess sweetheart will finally make her appearance. Oh my, oh my. I can hardly contain my excitement. This show is sure to be the most electrifying of them all. Oh dear. We must hurry. Our 4 front row show tickets are right here. We are in for the time of our lives and must not be late. Who talks like that? They're so cute. Now, which way do we go again? Oh, they got lost. Okay. Me when I show up for a Farkle stream? Why would you get lost? Do you know the way? Do you know how to find me? Do you know the way here? Are you just saying it makes you excited? You're like, oh dear. Gotta have my front row seats. Did I give Aubrey like a thing that makes her happy? I'm not sure why she's happy. Both! Oh dear. Well, I'm not sure exactly how to give you instructions here. But maybe if you like bookmark the page, that would make it easier. I like the attack set. Hit everyone. Okay. Shing. Oh, goodbye, little guy. Oh, goodbye, little guy. Oh, attacked Aubrey. That's not very nice. I keep going to the X Butterscotch Fox X address by accident. Bro. It's so messed up. That's not even a real one. It's Y Butterscotch Fox Y. So I don't even know where you're going. Okay, and everyone else can just guard. Oh, don't flex. I'm so close to crashing out and blowing up my entire city. On God. Oh. Um. um. What seems to be the issue, Doc? Oh my God, I got 8 clams. And we stole their tickets. That's so messed up. Poor sprout moles. Hold on, I gotta cough like a dad. 1 sec. Okay, I think it's all better. No, it's an imposter. That's why it's confusing. Man, but Butterscotch Fox is already an imposter. You're like imposter squared. I'll buy you a city to blow up, BRB. Sheesh, I didn't know you were loaded like that. Do you wanna... Do you... Do you, maybe wanna spend that money on not blowing up a city? maybe you could bribe the CEO of Honeycombs for me. That would be kind of awesome. Hey, cool. These sprout moles dropped some tickets. Let me see. Oh, the front row tickets for some kind of show. Featuring Sweetheart. Wasn't that Captain Spaceboy's ex-girlfriend? Yeah, it looks like some sort of contest or something. If we happen to pass by, we should stop and watch. We do have front row show tickets after all. Now this is so messed up. It does poor sprout moles. We just stole from them. Well, alright. Maybe you can drop by if we happen to come across it. Let me vent real quick because I'll actually lose it. So I decided to go on a journey and outpeak myself in league ranked. My last peak was Diamond 2. I'm in top lane. Today I played 6 games and 4 of them were against Rumble. The champion needs to be removed. I love dying to air. What kind of despicable person plays Rumble? I'm gonna be honest. I never... I think I played top lane 1 time and it was scary and I hated it. But I don't think I've ever been in a game with a Rumble. I didn't know... I didn't know he was the meta like that. It sounds like maybe you just need to ban Rumble, like, in your games then, right? Surely that will solve all of your problems. So you can get this honeycomb sponsor yourself? Oh, man. I hope so. I hope so, but, you know, wouldn't it just be better to bribe someone? No sacrifice necessary? Are we sacrificing in here? Sheesh. Oh, I was hoping she could smash this rock. Oh well. You ready to do this, Omori? We'll be right here if you need us. Right, hero? Uh-huh. Yeah, of course. Aw, they're scared of spiders. Bless everyone who hasn't played against this thing. Y'all hearts are safe. Also, if I ban Rumble, then Jax is open. Well, you gotta pick a struggle, I guess. Surely if Rumble's that bad, you know, then it's worth it. Maybe, perhaps. You're no longer afraid of spiders. Wow. It's really that easy. You just look at the thing that scares you, and then black tentacles show up, and you just have to will them away, and then you're not scared anymore. Omori, thanks for taking one for the team. I like this little... Looks like a little eyeball plant. Kind of fun. I won 4 out of 6. I'm kind of happy with it. God damn. Loading phase was so damn painful. I'm sitting in Plat 1 82 LP right now. Firefly Forest. Sweet, that's so cute. We're in like a spooky area. Yeah, I don't know. I never play Ranked League. That seems That seems a bit too stressful. I'm a bot laner enjoyer. I like having a little buddy. Uh, on second thought, let's look for Basil somewhere else. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies. Don't be such a baby, Kel. There are just some spider webs here and there. Ah! There's a spider in your hair. What? Where? Get it off! Haha, just kidding. Look who's the scared one now. That's not very funny, Kel. Like a little bit funny. And I want to interact with these plants. They're so cool. I like them. Yo, pumpkin mushroom. Wowie. There's an empty cookbook here. Okay, I guess we'll pick it up. You got a joke book. Yippee. The surface of the water is shimmering. Oh. Do you want to throw 10 clams into the lake? No. Why would I do that? A tentacle is poking out of the ground. And they got little pitcher plants. A peculiar face is indented into the wall. You are not sure what it means. Okay. I feel like that happens in the past too. I hope I don't have to remember where they are. I wanted to give it another shot this season, and I kind of maybe perhaps got in a bet with a friend. He said I can't get masters, which I couldn't last time I tried. When you say you got in a bet with a friend, you mean just like a friendly bet, right? You didn't actually put money on your league rank, right? Haha, right. Right. Please say right. Please say right. Yes, we did. Okay. That's cooked, brother. Well, best of luck to you. Yo, got a chicken wing. That sounds kind of tasty. You got breadfruit juice. Breadfruit. Not really. Oh. It kind of looks like a durian. Does not taste like bread. Heals 50 juice. Oh. Well, okay. I'll put it in streamer terms. 60 gifted on the line and I have until May to do it. That's a lot of money. That's so much money. Well, good luck. Sure, do you want some red fruit? Have you had red fruit before? Like, what is it? Look, we're in a little cart. Oh, this is awesome. Yippee! Oh my god, ouch. Wait, no! Oh. Gimbal 23%. Hi, Waffle. Wait, can I? Oh, I can't get out. 100-ish? We bet on 100 heroes. I don't think 60 gifted is $100. Is it? Hold on. Where? I don't think that's true. I don't know where the gift button is. I was gonna check. Oh wait, it's way less. I misread. Where am I? Oh, here I am. What did it say? That's quite a lot. I know there's like a discount for like the bigger number of subs that you get, but I think 60 would have to be like at least $200, right? Never had that, but I have had jackfruit. Oh, that's like the really huge ones, right? Hero is afraid of spiders. These spiders? Oh, he's scared. My math was meth. Meth? Johnson is here? Are you Jimmy John? Sure. Hi, welcome in. I'm not really sure what afraid does, but I guess we'll find out. Could make him sad. A bug bunny, that's so cute. Okay, we'll give him a pep talk. Surely that will help. You just guard. Don't even worry, little guy. Kel's ball bounces everywhere. Yippee! Yummy! Bug bunny. Oh. They took my juice. What the? Sure, twirl was the proper action. Yeah, we be twirling. Oh my god, he's so low. Look, we can bread him. Slurp. Oh wait, I didn't even twirl last time. Yo! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the raid! Huh? Hi readers, my name is Faust. You could also call me Senna if you want. And we're playing Omori today. How was your stream? Hold on, I don't think I have a mod in chat. Let me shout you out. Athena. Right. Yippee! Hi, Kyrie. Oh, you're playing Disco Elysium. Yo, how was it? How was it? I've heard good things about that game. I swear I've watched you as in the stream before. Yeah, Jimmy, when you typed it didn't say you were a first-time chatter, so I'm not really sure. I don't know where you would have seen me before, but I'm happy to have you. It's so fun, you should play it. Yeah, I might play it. I have it in my Steam like family library. I have so I have so many games in my backlog. I want to play Fallout 4, and I want to play Danganronpa 3, and I want to play Portal. There's quite a lot. Ace Attorney, I got a lot, but it'll be on the docket somewhere. We died. Wait, you died? Oh. Well, surely you'll get him next time. Surely, I believe. Bug Bunny happily scuttles around. That's so precious. Got a heart attack. I didn't know you could get heart attacks in that game. That sounds kind of scary. Well, it's okay. I'm still proud of you. Make sure you take good care of yourself after your stream. Make sure you get lots of water and such. Thank you so much for your raid. Oh, we got cherry soda. Have you guys ever had cherry soda before? I don't think I've ever heard of cherry soda. I've had grape soda and orange soda. I think one time I went to a Mexican restaurant and I got apple soda, but never cherry. Sounds nice though. Granola bar. Yippee! Thank you, you're missed. Aww, that's sweet. Oh my goodness. Oh. Man. I hope this counts for my bunny quest. My bunny murder spree quest. Cherry soda is pretty good with vodka? Oh. I don't know. I've never seen cherry soda before. But I know, like, cranberry juice is good with vodka. Is that kind of similar? I don't know. I guess I've had like cherry Coke, but not just cherry on its own. Oh wow, that's a whole bunch of spiders. Need a matchbox to light this candle. I guess I don't have any matches. An uninteresting book. An uninteresting... Oh, I want to know what they are. Hmm. What to read? What to read? Sigh. I've read every book on this shelf over 20 times already. If only I had something more interesting to read. Do you want my joke book that I found? Boss seems like the kind of person to like espresso martinis. Oh my god, that's crazy. I think you could not be further from the truth. I went to an arcade bar a while ago. It wasn't this December, but it was like last December. Like December of 2024, I guess. And they had some like specialty cocktails and stuff. And one of them was like an espresso martini, and it was like, I don't know. I think it was supposed to be like Rudolph themed. Like it was just like a cute little holiday drink. And I'd never had an espresso martini before. I was like, oh, that looks really, really cute. I'll try it. And it was so gross. It wasn't sweet at all. Yeah, I don't know. I only like drinks that are sweet. Like if my drink isn't sweet, I'd rather just take shots. I cannot handle sipping on a drink that tastes bitter or like super strong. I'm gonna try one, but it's scary. I think my heart will give out. What? What? Oh, spiders surround this web. I guess I have heard that like caffeine and alcohol can be bad for your heart if you mix them together. But I don't know. Surely it can't be that bad. What cocktails you like? I really like screwdrivers, like orange juice and vodka, I think. I like those. I like anything that's fruity with rum in it. Not rum and coke. I don't really like rum and coke. That's not it's not sweet enough. But any sort of like pineapple juice or fruit juice with rum is my jam. Ones I had and made were sweet. Really? I feel like espresso is not sweet at all. As long as it's mixed in the proper amount, you're safe. I'm not super well versed. I just I assume anything that you get at a bar probably won't explode you. Hopefully. I wonder if Hero being afraid makes his attack higher. Oh my god, this bunnies bite for a lot. Okay. Bunny happy. Cosmopolitan would be something you enjoy? Can you remind me what a cosmopolitan is? It seemed like he attacked for the same amount. You have an alcohol mix here back in high school, college days. It's a mix of gin, instant coffee, melon juice, and condensed milk. I don't know. That doesn't sound particularly nice. Melon juice sounds nice, and condensed milk sounds nice. But coffee and gin... it doesn't sound like my favorite. I feel like gin is such a strong flavor. Yo, those bunnies had nachos. This is awesome. And here's 11. Yeah. Vodka, cranberry syrup, and lime. Oh yeah, I would like that. I think. that that sounds like something I would enjoy. I don't know. I like the very stereotypical like fruity like girly drinks. You know? Like sometimes if I'm at a bar, I'll just be like, "Yo, make me the girliest drink you can think of." I mean, at my college, there's a bar in walking distance, um, and they would have all you can drink, like well watered drinks every Thursday, and so me and some of my friends would go there on Thursdays. And they had this drink called Naked Barbie, and I don't know if that's like a real drink or if it was just like something that bar made up. I don't know what was in it, but it was so good. I think it's the best drink I ever had that wasn't like a blender drink. I think the frozen drinks are always a little bit better. But you don't get those at like a normal dive bar, you know? Wait, we got a matchbox. You can light the candle now. Slay. Oh, I don't wanna talk to you. I just want that watermelon. The go-to for us recently is gin and calamansi or lime if it's available. I don't know what calamansi is. I gotta keep it 100. I'm not a huge drinker. Ah! I only drink. I'd say I drink like twice a month. I don't know. Sometimes it makes my tummy hurt. Most places here make it with a lot of juice and syrup. That makes your lips a little sticky. It's kind of nice. Ew. Don't say it's kind of nice to have your lips sticky. As we get old, I can't drink as much of those anymore, so I stick to rum cola. That's valid. I quite like rum. It's like lime, but more sour and smaller. Okay. Naked Barbie is an actual drink. From all the sugar, dot dot dot. It's good to know it's an actual drink. I feel like it'd be weird to go to a bar and be like, "One Naked Barbie, please." But it was so good. It's so good. Where was the candle? No, this is the regular forest. Man, I don't know where I'm supposed to be. I swear there's a candle somewhere. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness. Why are they eating it? Ah! Hello? Yo! Why'd you do all that? Can I hide from them? No! Okay, maybe I just have to run through it. Because they put in a lot of sweeteners, drowning the bitterness of alcohol to sell more to patrons and get more drunk. I mean, it works for me personally. I don't care how much sugar they put in my drink. As long as it doesn't taste like alcohol, I'm vibing. You got wooden track. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, excuse me. Maybe I should heal. Skills. Please cook for Omori. Maybe Opry too. Yeah, just cook for everyone. Perfect. Oh, excuse me. Ah, man. You want that feel? Try aged lemon nog that has fruits in it? Aged lemon nog? I'm sorry, no disrespect, but that sounds like an old person thing. That sounds like it would not be good. It sounds like my dad drinking Crown Royal with water in it, and that's his drink of choice. Go, 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 go. You won't taste the alcohol, just pure sweetness. So you wake up the next day, you'll feel like you went 10 rounds against Aquio and Merriweather Sr. in their prime? I don't even know who those people are. I mean, that sounds nice though. Oh, I'm out of juice. My wife likes cocktails. I like cocktails. And almost every Wednesday we go to that place that has 40% off cocktails between 7 and 11 p.m. Also, yeah. Wait, that's so nice. I hope you have such a good time. Top boxes in history aside from Ali. Oh, I see, I see. I'm sorry, I don't know my boxers. It doesn't sound too good if you wake up feeling all messed up. I don't know. I haven't had a hangover in like probably 2 years. I think my problem is that like while I'm drinking, I'm like, oh man, there's so much liquid in my tummy, like I don't feel that good. But I never wake up feeling bad. So that's good at least. I think that's a good trade-off. Someone says boxers, boss thinks of underwear. That's kind of real. I have one pair of like underwears that are like boxers. You guys are onto something. Those are quite comfy. Not really sure what this potted plant is. I'm sure we can attack it like normal though. Kel's ball bounces everywhere. Oh, the potted plant is a little beefy, I think. Hit it right in the heart. I didn't know potted plants had a heart. Oh, it's kind of low. This isn't so bad. Yatch! Potted plant explodes? Hello? What? What? Poor hero. I didn't know that would happen. Okay. Oh, Omori learned Lucky Slice. Oh man, Hero's behind on levels again. He keeps dying. My poor little guy. Well, I guess let's give him some snacks. This only heals 5? What the? You can have a s'more. Oh, wait, I have so much bread. Sheesh. Everyone can have some bread. Oh, I should have used something that heals to all friends. I didn't know I had stuff like that. I do not see Blurgle in sight. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the deal is. I think Omori is Blurgle in the, like, real world. But we're in, like, a weird little dreamscape. I don't know why his name changed. But I guess we'll find out eventually. Okay. You drink this red juice. Okay. And then we'll all share a banana smoothie. Yippee! Okay. Kel's juice is a little low, but I think that's okay. Axe first. An attack that's stronger when Omori is happy. I guess it's nice that it attacks first, but... I don't think... I don't think I make Omori happy too often. Oh. I'll just keep what I got. Okay. Put this little track down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're going places. Let's see what's over here first. Oh, some more spiders. Sniff, sniff. I can't find my teddy bear anywhere. The last time I had him, I'm pretty sure I was wandering through a big pink castle. Pink castle. If you ever find him, could you return him to me? I bet he's really lonely. I haven't even seen a pink castle, but I'll keep my eye out. Last segment. Do not touch me. Okay, it's fine. Don't think there's anything else over there. I wanna be sure. No, I think everything's up to code. Okay. Let's put this other segment somewhere. Oh my goodness, do not come over here. Whoa, it's you. This place is really overgrown, isn't it? You are all so brave for going through this forest. There's even an old minecart running through here. I wonder what it was used for. Oh yeah, let's save. Gamble all. Are you doing Gamby all again? Will you ever do Gamble all? I feel like that would be so... that would be so exciting. Yes. Come on, Aware. You gotta live a little. Ah, yes. A single block of tofu. Would you like to eat some? Is it cooked? Is this just tofu on the floor? Yummy. I will not ever do that. What if I have like an event stream? What if I do like a donathon or a subathon? Would you would you gamble all? We could have like a whole event for it. It'd be like, oh, at the 11th hour, we're all gonna watch aware_NPC1 gamble all. Wouldn't that be kind of fun and exciting? You and your friends feel like new. Yeah, I feel like I'd feel like new after eating a block of tofu too. Contemplate my life choices. Picnic. How are you handling your fear of spiders, hero? Puff. Breathe in. Puff. Breathe out. You're doing great, hero. Keep at it. Puff. Breathe in. Hey. Thanks, Shrimp. Oh my goodness. Hello, Shrimp. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you slept well. Omori used to be scared of spiders too, but look at him now. Not even a flinch. Look at how brave he's being. So brave. Wow. So brave. Yeah. So brave. This guy isn't saying anything. And I can't believe we got through a whole cutscene and Kel didn't say anything. Something's a little bit funky. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Cute. I did not sleep well. The creatures, cats, won't leave me alone. Oh. It's like kinda cute though, right? Well, they love you. they love you and they want attention. Cat ears. Cat ears. Is it a charm? Oh my god, that's so cute. 1 defense and 10 speed? I like luck though. What do you have? Bunny ears! Wait. I like bunny ears better than cat ears, I think. Okay, you can have the cat ears. Oh man, I hope there's 2 other pairs of ears so that everyone can have some. Oh wait, dog, that's so cute. Is that your cat ear submission? Doc, do you have a pair of cat ears? I feel like you'd be the type who would. Oh my goodness gracious. No! Oh man. I almost did that so perfectly. What was the question again? Do you own a pair of cat ears? No. Oh, that one was not very close at all. We do own a pair? No, it doesn't count if your wife has a pair. I want to know if you have a pair. Wait and check. Wait, there's a melon over there. Okay. Okay, I'm running. I'm running. Ugh. You got all that for a tomato? Ugh. Then I don't? Oh, man. This is so sad. The main issue is they'll randomly fight? But do your cats not get along? Or is it like play fighting? Like they're just being scrombly? The railroad track is missing a segment. Yeah, I got a wooden track. Is that all? I think that's all. The plant's gonna explode and then I'm cooked. I guess she can be extra happy. That's pretty good. Worried about Hero though. He can't do anything while he's scared. Hit it right in the heart. It's so awesome. Yo! Don't bite her. Can't tell. They'll cuddle a lot, but also cat has a little nick missing from his ear because of me. Oh my goodness. I really don't know what to make of that. We'll feed her candy. No, my cats fight, but it's always play fighting. And if Persephone is losing the fight, she'll just like scream until Scylla goes away. I don't think they've ever actually hurt each other. What does you seem like the kind of person who owns cat ears mean? Well, it just means what it means. I don't know. It's your aura. You have like cat ear aura. If it makes you feel better, I also own cat ears. I have like a little pair of black cat ears that's like left over from a Halloween costume. And I have a pair of Eevee ears that my friend got for me. You got a present! Yo! Is that important? Guess it's not important. Not what you wanted. Like the anger at a friend or foe. Oh. I thought it'd be a good thing. That is interesting. Where's the heal everyone? Oh wait, I think Hero can do that. Snack time! Slurp. Slurp. And then we give him a drink. Heals 35% of juice? Yeah, that's pretty good. You can have 2 of those. Pretty sure she did that when she's a kitten though. Oh. But maybe she just didn't know her own her own strength. Hello, stranger. I am Mush, and my lifelong dream has always been to be eaten and enjoyed. Will you finally grant my wish and eat me? It seems like a bad idea to eat random mushrooms on the floor, right? Do it? Okay. Ah, shucks, I'm convinced. What percentage of your chat do you think has cat ears? Ooh. That's a toughie. I don't want to like assume my demographic, but I think I have more viewers who are masculine than I have like feminine viewers. And I feel like I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions, but I feel like most masculine people probably don't own cat ears. I'm not really sure. I would say maybe like 39%. Crazy assumption. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you have cat ears? More men need to own cat ears. That's what I'm saying. They're really cute. They're really cute. Here, let me run a poll. You have to be honest, okay? Okay. Please answer the poll honestly. Men own the cat ear headphones, obs? Oh shoot, that goes crazy. I have the cat ear headphones. I think they're nice to play Call of Booty with. Call of Booty. Do people still play like Call of Duty? I don't know. I know that was like the big thing like a decade ago, but nowadays I don't see anyone ever playing it. They just play like Valorant, Elden Ring. Old men do? Do you think the old men have cat ears though? I think the old men playing Call of Duty are not playing on PC. I think they're probably playing on like their Xbox. And I'm not sure. I don't know. Do console players use headphones? I kind of imagine if you have a console, you're just like using the TV speaker. But maybe I'm wrong. I only hear bad things about the new COD games. Really? I don't I don't hear any news about COD ever. Oh, thank you, stranger. You don't know how grateful I am for this. Not much. Did I eat it or no? I didn't even eat it. What the? Old men have cat ears for the Xbox that match their nails. Oh, wait, that's so cute. I would do that. Only 2 votes. Only 3 people voted. I need my lurkers to come out a lurk. To vote. It's tied. I'll put my answer in. Can't wait to be eaten. Makes a friend slightly stronger. Is this in battle or is this like permanently? I do feel like Hero could be a little stronger. But I'd hate to waste it if it's just for battle. How do I look at your stats? Whip? Your attack is 17. Yours is 20. 27! Oh my goodness, Aubrey is so strong. You're 28. Oh, these guys are really strong. Yeah, I need Hero to have a little more attack. I think that would be better. Oh! I thought you were friendly. People are too embarrassed to admit cat ear status. Kind of wild. It's because you said they can't lie. Man, I even put in a thing for if people wanted to lie. Sigh. Maybe people are like really considering because they have puppy dog ears. And so they're like, well, I don't have cat ears, but I do have animal ears, so I'm not sure how to vote. Selected no lie by accident. Oh. What were you trying to select? Please share with the class. I feel like this guy is gonna kill everyone. Okay, you hack away. Maybe I can make Aubrey angry and then headbutt her. Or I could just make her super happy. Rare bear? Oh shoot, if it's rare, is it ethical? Is it ethical to kill it? Okay. Kel can flex. And you just do your best, sweetie. Probably what you would guess, TBH? Ah! Oh my goodness. My Kel. I don't know what I would guess. I think my honest guess would be like... No... Because you didn't have any reason to, but you're like not against it. I think that would be my reading of you. Life jam. Slurp. Okay, you keep being happy. Low-key, you guard. I don't want you to die. Wait, how come it did a dual attack for Aubrey, but it knocked Kel out? What the? The poll ended. Oh, there were no additional votes. Okay. Okay. Sounds like more people need to get in on the cat ear hype. I'm assuming Kel didn't flex from the last time. Okay, then you heal Aubrey, I suppose. Ouch! Omori did not succumb. A moving attack. Hero makes a cookie just for Aubrey. I guess you can't go higher than a static. You asked how many out tails, maybe different results. I feel like owning cat ears is a lot more like, I don't want to say socially acceptable because it's not like unacceptable to own a tail, but I feel like way more people would have ears than tails. I do have cat ears for no reason actually. Your mind's blown. Whoa. No. I feel like it's not mind-blowing news. maybe like a little surprising. I feel like that's pretty regular. A tail is a different demographic. Yeah. I feel like people can have cat ears and like that's a pretty common like Halloween costume. Or like if you're just being like kind of silly, it's like, oh, this would be kind of cute for an outfit. But I feel like you can't wear tails as casually. I have a tail because I won it from an amusement park. Like one of those like bottle toss or like balloon pop games. One of the one of the prizes was like a really brightly colored like pink and green striped tail. And I got that when I was probably like 12 years old. And it's just been sitting in my closet since then. But I don't think I would purchase a tail. Although I have seen some like cute outfits, some like cute alternative outfits where people will put like tails, not like on the back belt loop, but like on the side. Like, I don't know, like they're a hunter or something. I feel like that can be cute. Tails at Ren Fair's cons though. Oh, that's true. I do see a lot of tails at Ren Fairs. But again, it's not like their tail. It's like just a bunch of tails hanging off their hip. I think that looks kind of cool. I don't really want Omori to die. Ugh. Why are tails at Ren Fairs? I'm assuming it's like kind of hunter vibes. Like a lot of people will dress up as like archers or like rangers. Like people will have like bows over their back, if that makes sense. And they'll have like animal pelts. And so I think it kind of fits in with that. And also some people just like wearing tails. I don't know. I think a lot of people at Ren Fairs kind of don't really I don't know. Like they'll be like normal, like what you'd expect at a Ren Fair, like people dressed as like pirates and archers and like royalty and like fairies and stuff. And some people just wear like, I don't know. The last Ren Fair I went to, I saw a lot of One Piece characters. I was like, oh, like kind of surprising. Like no hate. I guess it is still kind of like pirate vibe. It's just like not what I would have expected. You know? So I think some people just use Ren Fair as an opportunity to cosplay. I think that's awesome. I love Ren Fairs. I do too. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I like when people are playing random instruments. I always sit by the like harpsichord players for a long time. I eat that up. Their themed days? I guess that makes sense. I think when I went, it was like a Viking day, but I didn't know that. So I was not on theme. I was just dressed in like a regular like corset. I think that's nice. I like any event where you dress up. A good time. If we make Omori happy. And then cook for him. Shoot, I forgot what passing to Omori does. You can do it! Oh, it's so cute to see Omori happy. Okay. Keep attacking. Keep making him happy. Maybe you can afford to flex. Don't die, please. And maybe snack time would be good. Oh my goodness, my little guy. Oh, I guess if Omori blacks out, the whole thing is over. I didn't know that. Yeah, let's retry. Oh, slay. I thought I'd have to go back to my save. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh. I guess the enemies do the same attack order every time, huh? Okay. Ugh. Chill. Sleep. I look at him. Like, he looks kind of insane. I kind of like that. Look at him. He's going crazy sicko mode. I don't want him to die. Can you get more aesthetic? Okay, and then you attack. And then you cook. Poor Kel. Going through it for real. Okay, and he's got his little cookie. Yeah, wait, look at him. He's so cool. He's drooling. That's nice. Well, hopefully you attack so well with this development. Hellos again. I want my bar to charge up to 10, but I guess that would take quite a while, huh? Maybe everyone can be happy. Damage is so much. Oh, that was her juice. I thought I thought that was health for real. My bad. Okay, we're feeling ecstatic. Heals 100 heart and 50 juice. Oh, tomato is quite good, huh? Circular bread with a hole in it. Where is my bread? You eat bread. You use life gem. And you attack. Oh my goodness. My poor little guys. want everyone to get the EXP from this, because it seems, like, intense, you know? Okay. Everyone has a cookie. Everyone's chilling. Wait, I forgot how to use this. Maybe there's a prompt for it. Release energy? 900! Wow! I guess it makes sense it would be so much since it takes so long to charge up. That's awesome. 650 EXP and 50 clams. Wowie! You're afraid of drowning. Oh, okay, well, let's not drown then. What the heck is this thing? It's kind of slimy. It smells like bad apples. There's more forest on the other side of this lump. Come on, Aubrey, smash this thing to smithereens. Oh, what's this? You're asking me for help, Kel? How rare. Step aside. I'll show you all how it's done. I'm gonna give this strange lump all I've got. Look at her go. Oh. Womp womp. Well, this is embarrassing. I guess we should find another way past this thing. Yes. Let's do that. Can we cut the spider webs off of it first? I guess not. Hehe. My little guy. I wonder if we can just like ram the cart into it and that would be enough. Oh my goodness. Tofu, please. Okay. Still says 3 days left. I'm assuming that's until the move, but I'm surprised it says that while we're in the, like, dream area. Okay. Okay, let's fight the bunny. It's gotta count, surely, for a bunny kill counter. So I think it's probably good to kill as many as possible. Omori feels happy? Oh, if you throw the ball to Omori, he gets happy? That's so cute. Oh, poor hero. He's afraid Andy got bit. Chomp. Oh, you can get some bread. What's this I hear about Awa not owning cat ears? Why are you hearing about this? Are you signed up for Awa notifications? Don't worry, Tam. Awa said they actually do own cat ears. Do you think that's surprising information or like regular information? Oh man, my cow is dead. Let's cook for him. My poor little guy. So regular. Tamu needs a nap? Oh. Is it late for you? I don't know what time it is for you. I'm assuming it's like 8 p.m. or something. Stuck. Oh, good night, Tam. Have a good nap. It's 7:30. Oh my god, I was so close. I was so close. Yeah, I'm pretty good at remembering things, huh? Yeah, I know my time zones. I throw clams in the water. I've been thinking about this. Oh. Sigh. Hey, it's me, Weeping Willow, the goddess of the lake. Thanks for the clams, I guess. They say that money can buy happiness, but apparently it's not working. Can you do something funny for me? Maybe tell a joke? Oh, I don't think I have a joke in my joke book. Ugh, it doesn't look like you have any material on you. Come back when you have a joke or two. Shoot, I'm cooked. Man, I have a joke book in everything. Guess I got no material to write down. I was attempting to silence me. Not successful, right? Awa, don't you think it's a little bit incriminating that if Tam says it's regular for you to have cat ears, you're feeling defensive about it? Doesn't that imply that maybe you're a bit embarrassed? When you should just be living your cat girl dreams? Whoa. Pink Castle! Wait, we have to find a teddy bear in here, I think. You tell me? Yeah, where? Psst, 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 one. Wait, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. I like psst, psst, psst. But to tell you the truth, I never psst, psst, psst for my cats. Like, I don't think that works on them. I like make clicking sounds. I only psst, 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 psst if I'm, like, doing that to a friend. In, like, a jokey way. But for my cats, I'll go... I don't know if it picks up. What sound? Did it pick up? I do that. I feel like that works a bit better on my cats. Are Seal and Persephone around right now while you're making these sounds? No, they're not even in the same room as me. I don't know where they are. They're probably looking out the window. They've been enjoying watching the snow melt and like the drips off the roof. It's pretty cute. Yo, a station for Pluto space line. I don't really need to go up there, but I think there's a joke in the moon area. If I can remember where it is. Greetings and welcome to Pluto's space line. Otherworld, please. It's so loud. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. I guess I would rather have my transportation be like listening to loud music than no music. Like, don't get me wrong, I like riding in the car with no like music playing. Like, that's fine, but not if it's like an Uber. If it's an Uber and it's silent, it makes me feel like I have to say something, and I just really don't want to do that. Gotta be one of the top 20 most uncomfortable situations. Shoot, I know there is a joke somewhere around here. It was like, oh, if only you could write it down. But I don't remember where that was. I think it was in the cornfield, maybe. Don't touch me. Ew, that's not the cornfield. What is this? Oh. Let's just... You go inside the star building and it takes you to a bridge in the sky. Makes sense. Wait, was there a joke over here? Perhaps not. How cute. I like that one. You just missed it, mate. Everyone left on Captain Spaceboy's brand new ship. I'm happy to say that Captain Spaceboy and the Space Pirates are back in full force. I hope everyone's having a blast. Why are you here? A vanity, that's so cute. I think I would like a vanity. Cardboard boxes. Is he moving? I didn't know he was moving. Or maybe I did know he was moving and I just didn't pay attention. Monkey. And the space pirates are traveling again. Good for them. I wonder, what makes them pirates anyway? Did they even steal anything? Oh, he's so cute. He reminds me of Monsley. In a way. Quite like him. Oh. Wait, I forgot I have so much stuff to recycle. Man, this is gonna take so long. But it's okay, I'm having a good attitude about it. I just decided. Squeak! Oh my goodness. Okay, are you listening? Are you listening? A squeak and a pika. Do you want me to do it at the same time? I won't. Here's a squeak. Pika-pee! Squeaka, squeaka. Yes? Oh my god. Okay, just for you. Just for you, I'll do it. Was that good? It was like a duet. So good. Sigh. Thank you. Okay. Look, there's only like 6 more. That's not so bad. Let's see Pika with his mama. That's so cute. My son. My son. I need a Monsley to be like visible on the screen. I think that would be nice. I think that would be kind of nice. I'm doing my part to keep the environment clean. Clip! Yo, what are you clipping? Ah, hell nah, I'm cooked. Something went wrong, we couldn't find that clip. Man, I just redid my clip commands thing. Because I thought that would fix it. I guess it didn't. Don't mind me, I just have a funny idea for the noises you make. Man, someone earlier like kept my Pika-Pee and they're like, new alarm just dropped. I guess it's a good day for little fox girl noises, huh? Recycle, you fucking kids. Wait, finally friendly mode. Recycle, you very kind and nice kids. That's so silly. Look, we're cycling. They're doing so good. I think that was the last one. my god, it goes forever. Yippee! Okay, I think that was all. Yippee! Anyway, time to find a joke. Who are you? This place used to be a pristine wildlife preserve, but due to a recent boom in tourism, it's starting to accumulate a lot of trash. Pick up your trash, people. It's not that hard. Okay. Is the cornfield this way? That was a better one. Man. I'm scared. Scared of whatever ideas you're having over there. Oh wait, I think this is a cornfield. I'm pretty sure there is a joke somewhere around here. Oh, a joke board. I don't want to see an orange right now. Okay, thanks. Why did the scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. Excellent. Okay, we recorded it. Ah, no! Man. Day ruined. Oranges everywhere. Oh, never mind. That was not that bad. Sorry for being a baby. Okay. I'm glad I remember there's a joke there. I'm pretty sure there's a joke somewhere else too, but it escapes me. Okay, now we gotta find the Pluto. Oh, here it is. Not so bad. Firefly first, please. Cool. Okay, thank you. It's awesome. Huh? Basil, are you here? Basil, where are you? It doesn't look like Basil's here either. Hey, look, it's Mari. Mari. Oh, hello, everyone. You all made it through the forest. I'm so proud of you. Mari, I was so scared. Aww. Hero, this is kind of embarrassing. Sigh. It's times like these I really wish Basil was here. You could tell Hero about how spiders are harmless and good for nature or something. Then maybe he wouldn't find them so creepy. I'm not sure if that would help him right now. Hero's hair is so scrambly. Oh, Hero. You're going to have to deal with this eventually. These things will only get worse over time. What? That's not very comforting advice. Maybe. Or maybe I'll naturally outgrow it. You never know what the future brings. Haha. Do people's fears get worse over time? I feel like that's not very sound advice. Okay, let's eat this tofu. I'm so relieved you all finally showed up. This forest is full of creepy crawlies. It sure is giving me the heebie-jeebies. Not to mention I keep hearing skittering from up ahead. Seems like it could be something potentially dangerous, so you all should probably rest up. Okay. feeling well rested. Ah, if it isn't Hero, my favorite and most handsome customer. Discounts for you always, so please buy something. Man, I want a discount for being handsome. That's awesome. Bara, Bapa, Bapa? Is that the save noise? That's so awesome. Hmm. I feel like this gold watch. I don't remember where I got it from. I feel like if it's useless, then it's fine to sell it, but I don't know if I was supposed to be hanging on to it for someone or not. I wanna... I wanna sell something, but I like hoarding too much, I think. Like, you never know when something's gonna be useful. Whenever he's buying. Oh my goodness. I need to learn this tech. Nacho popcorn. Tasty soda, I don't have any. I'll buy a tasty soda, please. I feel like tomato is really good, but it's kind of expensive. Oh well. Oh my goodness, thank you for your stretch and hydrate. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah. Wait, I kind of want to know what he says to the other people. Yes, yes, hello, valued customer. Okay. I guess everybody's a valued customer except for Hero, who's just a Giga Chad. Okay, off we go. Oh my god. You look like a zombie. Why do you look like that? Okay. Oh. Are they statues? I hope we run into Medusa, and I hope she's beautiful. Hmm. Okay. Lots and lots of sprout moles. On the floor. Regular style. Oh my goodness. Ew. Ew! Why is it squishy? Oh, it's like a sprout mole centipede. Ugh. Wait, it looks kind of awesome. But, you know, sad for the guys that are part of the body. Hackaway. King crawler. Make Kel happy. And Kel, you're gonna flex. And Hero, you're gonna attack. Oh yeah. Okay. These are good numbers. You can do it. Kel's so cute when he's happy. A sprout mole appears? What? Why is it in his mouth? This boss is both a skill grind check, so lock TF in. Oh, so I'm always locked in. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. I guess I'll keep attacking the big one. Oh, that's not the big one. You can rebound. And hopefully that'll take out the sprout mole. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, it took 100 damage. That's good. You're the boss, Chew. My bad, my bad. Oh, thank you. Thank you for noticing. Hi, Darren. King Crawler says, "Sss." Oh, my goodness. My fellas. Oh, my fellas. King Crawler eats a sprout mole. What? So he's attacking that for no reason? Oh my god! Okay. Well, that kind of sucks, eggs. It's okay. It's okay, we'll figure things out. We can make him sad. We can make him sad, but I think that would make his defense higher, if I remember correctly. Okay. You can twirl. Yep. And then Kel, I'm quite scared for you. I don't think guarding 3 damage is gonna do anything though. Okay, tentatively attack. And we just really pray that Hero goes first. And that Kel does not die. Fucking Crawler. Yeah, a bit of a stinker, huh? Finally a twirl. Been waiting for the twirl, huh? My Kel. Okay. You do this. And we heal you. And we try our best. And hopefully we'll be able to do the big attack. As long as Kel revives. Okay. Okay. Okay, looking good. Good job, everybody. Full attack, full attack. Bam, bam, bam. Release energy, go, go, go. I hope it does 900 damage again. Let's go, everyone. Do your thing. Yeah. 600 damage, is that enough? Yay! Yeah, pretty cool. Oh my god, we gained 2,610 XP. That's so many. Also, I know you said this is a boss, but I'm not gonna lie. I think the rare bear was harder than this guy. We found sprout mole masks. Wow. Good job. Oh, thank you. What can I say? What can I say? I like keeping my little guys happy. My goodness. Hero grew to level 15 and learned fast food. That seems good. Are all these just like corpses? From the King Crawler? That's unfortunate. Alright, let's see what fast food does. Acts first, healing a friend. Oh, it acts first. That's so good. Cost 15. I don't think I've ever used massage before. I feel like if I want to get rid of their emotion, I could just like change it to something different. I feel like there's no reason to like just get rid of it entirely. So let's change that for that. I like the idea of smile, but I think it costs too much. Oh, I gotta see what the mask is. Oh, maybe it's not equipable. Is in my pocket? Is it a toy? Is it a snack? Masks made of sprout moles. What do I do with that? That's kind of creepy. Okay, I guess. Oh, I still have to use the snow cone ticket. Forgot about that one. Okay. I don't like it. A bit ominous, huh? Does this take me to the castle? I want to be in the castle. I do not want to be in the ground. I like sprout moles. Sprout moles are pretty cool. Sprout Mole Village. Wow, you're in for a treat. I think we're gonna meet the Sprout Mole royalty. Oh my goodness, hi. These Sprout Moles are such funny little creatures. I just want to pick one up and squish it. Hehe. Did you know Sprout Moles really love tofu? I bought some tofu at a tofu stand earlier. Feel free to try some. Aw, thanks. Juicy tomatoes. I guess we'll eat that. Crunching on a tomato sounds horrible. Get me in there. Get you in there. Oh wait, I want to be hero. I like seeing the different icons when I save. Sprout Mole Village. This is my place. I belong here. I like Sprout Moles too, but maybe not as much as you. I think the King Crawler was kind of fun. Fidget, fidget, fidget. Hush, hush, hush. What? Okay. What do you want? Brother Mole, hey you there. The creatures seem like well-seasoned travelers. Could you help me out? My brother lives in the Sprout Mole colony in Otherworld. I want to send him a care package, but I'm afraid of getting lost. Would you be able to deliver this for me? Yeah, okay. Thank you, strange creatures. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. Here you go. Shoot. I swear, I remember meeting a Sprout Mole that was like, I miss my brother, but I don't remember where he was at all. I hate Mondays. These Sprout Moles do not dare leave the colony ever since the Great Move. It was a hard time. Many of us didn't make it. Sprout Moles were getting lost left and right. Children were separated from their families. Oh, the horror. I mean, at least it's all okay now. For the most part. I don't know, that King Crawler looked kind of scary. Hi, Sam! Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Thank you. Is work going okay? I hope everybody who's at work is having a good time. Oh, cute. A table full of merchandise of an obnoxious-looking person. Oh my god. That's gonna be my merchandise when it drops. Hello, strange-looking Sprout Moles. Are you here to see Sweetheart's quest for hearts? If so, you come to the right place. This sold-out extravaganza spectacular will be starting very shortly. Wait a second, I know this show. We have front row show tickets for it. I can see it now. A dazzling epic tale about the hardships of romance. Heartbreak, betrayal, desperation, loneliness. Oh, the drama. This is going to be so fun. I can't wait to be swept off my feet. I don't know. I guess it looks interesting. But now doesn't seem like the right time. We promised we could earlier. Please, hero. We should at least check it out. Please, 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 please. Well, alright. Hopefully this won't take too long. If I may have your show tickets, please. Yes, yes, of course, Mr. Sproutmo, sir. We have our tickets right here. Man, this is so goofy. We're like in the middle of something. Aubrey reached into your pocket and took out the show tickets. Here you go, Mr. Sproutmo. Oh. Oh my! I can't believe my eyes. These are front row tickets. You all must have made some great sacrifices to be here today. I applaud you. Forgive me for calling you strange looking earlier. At a second glance, you four are the most normal looking Sproutmals I have ever seen. This would work on me. Farble. Farble. Transfer Darren to Sproutmole Village, please. I don't even know how to do that. I shall try my best, though. Going okay so far? How's Omori? Omori's going really good. It's such a cute game. I really like it. Would you rather live in an underground city, a flotilla of ships at sea, or a floating city in the sky? Actually, piloting are powered by something. Does that make a difference for your answer? I would be in the floating city in the sky. I think I'd be happy in any of those options, but floating city in the sky is exactly my vibe. I love being up high. I think that would be cool. Did you get iced coffee today? I did. I made some pho today. It's pretty good. I'm almost out though. Oops, sorry. my model is drifting. It can be magic or technology. Whatever floats your city. Sigh. Thanks for the dad jokes. I think I would prefer my floating city to be magical. Just 'cause I'm not the biggest fan of like the very high tech aesthetic, but I wouldn't be like upset about it. Please enjoy your front row seats, fellow normal looking sprout moles. Sweetheart presents Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts. Riveting, Sweetheart. 6 stars, Sweetheart. A Sweetheart production for Sweetheart by Sweetheart. Quoting yourself on your promotional poster kind of goes crazy. I'm gonna have to start doing that. Okay, let's see. Can the city be in the sea and be called a Rapture? Why would you want to live in Rapture? That's terrifying. I would not live there for $1 billion. Well, maybe for $1 billion I would. Not for $1 million, though. Floating city of tech magic scuff can't make it fall. Wait, it'd be kind of funny if it fell, though. Like, I'm sure it would be, like, horrible. But, like, it'd be a little fun, like 1% fun. If I lived in an underwater city, my thalassophobia would make me a full-time horror writer. Aw, really? I wouldn't mind living underwater, but, like, Rapture specifically, it's so scary. I don't know. I'd see all the little sisters and I'd probably never leave my room. You have a point? I forgot about having that? Oh. Do a lot of people have thalassophobia? Is that a pretty common fear? I don't know. I don't think I have that one. I kind of like being in the ocean. I think I could be in a little submarine and have a good time. I hear there used to be a library here. But then Sweetheart built her stage over it. Who needs to read when you have Sweetheart? Sweetheart. She's the only one for me. Wow, they're all saying the same things. My love for Sweetheart knows no bounds. Sweetheart. She's a goddess walking amongst us. We are so blessed. H is for headstrong. E is for exemplary. A is for attractive, R is for radical, and T is for the best, of course. Man, I need some sprout moles in my life. I've never seen the ocean, so it isn't real, so I'm not afraid of it. Do you ever see like videos though? I've seen some like thalassophobia videos, and it'll be like big machines at the bottom of the ocean, and all the comments will be like, "Ah, this is horrible." I don't know. I'm kind of like, "Yo, that's so awesome." Is Subnautica just a total yippee time for fuss? I'm gonna be honest. I've seen Mick play a bit of it, but not. I don't know. Like, I couldn't really tell you what the plot of that game is. Although, the very sweet Kaya did gift it to me for Christmas, so I'll play it eventually. And I guess we'll see if it's UP or not. I think I'm not that good at jump scares. Like, if, like a Reaper just came up out of nowhere, that would probably make me a bit fearful, but just seeing one in the distance, I don't think would really bother me. Thalassophobia videos are only scary because of the ominous music. I feel like that's how a lot of horror stuff is. I think if you just like play funny sounds in your head, then you're kind of immune to being scared. That's my tip anyway. Wow, look at this huge stage. It's just as amazing as I imagined. Let's take our seats. It looks like the show is about to start. This is a very cute theater. Very pink and flowery. I like mixing thalassophobia with megalophobia. Giant sea monsters looming in the dark depths. That's so awesome. That work with Tattletale? A little bit. A little bit. Ladies and gentle moles, welcome to a special episode of Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts. Oh, I thought it'd be like a concert. For our show, we wanted to take a moment to honor the life of someone who has been an inspiration to us all. Our beloved leader, Ye Old Sprout. Oh, we killed that guy, I think. That's... Ooh, it's unfortunate. He was truly the father that none of us deserved. Let us have a moment of silence in memory of him. I like the Sprout Mole's little haircut. May he rest in peace. Oh gee, you're almost there, you're so close. What? And now, on to the show. Yippee! Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts. Last time on Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts, our favorite princess, once again, failed to fall in love with any of our eligible bachelors. Wait, this is so cute. This is just like a live showing of The Bachelor. I've never seen that show, but I think it's a fun concept. This time, we rounded up 3 new very attractive contestants. Will one of them be able to capture Sweetheart's heart? Let's reveal them now. Oh, this is so exciting. Contestant number 1 is a local of the Sprout Mole Village. He's coming in at 3 feet tall. His favorite food is tofu. He has a huge collection of plastic flamingos and enjoys long walks through narrow tunnels. A good bachelor, I think. The idea of swimming for the surface, all else making it, and feeling something wrap around your leg is picor the Tammy. So deep sea colors are my favorite. Wow. So it's scary for you, but you like it? Like you want to be scared on purpose? I see. I think that is scary, but for me it's not Like, I don't really care if anything grabs me. I just think the concept of drowning sounds like it would hurt a lot. I really wouldn't want to have to go through that, you know? Fear is fun. My pants on purpose? I guess that's the appeal of, like, horror movies, huh? Is, like, people want to be scared on purpose. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. What I'm most scared of that isn't like an abstract concept would be like gore. I would never I would never subject myself to that on purpose. But I don't know. I don't know. I think that is an interesting concept. Give it up for contestant number 1. Clap, 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 clap. He's a fine looking sprout mole. Contestant number 2 is, yup, you guessed it. Oh, I like this one better because he's twirling. Also a local of Sprout Mole Village. Careful, he's coming in hot at 3 feet and 1 whole inch. His hobbies include walking, running, and crawling. If they don't have arms, wouldn't any sort of walking also be crawling? His favorite color combination is brown and green, and he spends his weekends rolling around in dirty laundry. That's so cute. Spicy. Give it up for contestant number 2. Clap, 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 clap. And now for something completely different. Contestant number 3 comes all the way from Otherworld. Oh. Oh. It's a little friend who would not get out of the way. It's like he just fell out of the sky. Literally. According to him and us, that makes him a catch. Give it up for Snaily. Wait, we didn't get his height or anything. Oh. I would clap for him. Clap, 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 clap. Kinda spoiled myself on Dread, though. Because if the stakes in movies aren't high enough, I'm kinda bored. Is there a movie called Dread? That's so that's so sad that you got bored. He looks tall. Well, if this one is 3 feet 1 whole inch, then I'd say he's probably 3 feet and like 2 whole inches, maybe. Maybe even 3'3". And now, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Dim the lights, please. She emits beauty. She exudes grace. She truly has the most pulchritudinous face. Yes. You know who we're talking about. She's all that is amazing and wonderful, and she is just about to set foot on this very stage. Please, give a big warm welcome to the one, the only, the magnificent, sweetheart. Oh. Was that planned? Oh my god! Snaily just died! How did lightning even come into... We're underground! Oh no, there's a blackout. That was so... unfortunate. There's a movie called Dread, but I more mean the feeling of it. I like my movies super intense. Ooh. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of like horror or thriller movies, I don't think. I don't think I I think I'm okay with less intense movies. No style, no grace. Sprout Mike seems biased. Guys, I think they're valid. They love their little idol. Man is dead. Maybe she didn't notice. Now what do we do? I have to know what happens next. Let's wait it out. I'm sure the Sprout Moles will get the power back on in no time. Help, we don't know what to do. Help, we don't know what to do either. Help! Oh my goodness. Where is sweetheart? Help! Wait, look, they're spinning. That's kind of nice. Yeah, what do you even do in that situation if you're like hosting a show and then lightning zaps one of your contestants and then his ashes just kind of blow away? Like, what's the game plan? Well, maybe we should look around just in case. I think they got this under control. I mean, they are spinning. Oh, I wanted to go on stage. What if I'm Hero? Is he charming enough? Can he get on stage? Guess not. Sweetheart is perfect. She makes no mistakes. What? They're not concerned even a little bit. They're just talking about their Oshi. Uh, they remind me of guinea pigs. The noises they're making. Quite like that. I don't think their priorities are in line. Listen, who are you to judge their priorities, huh? Wow, I guess the blackout affected all of Sprout Mole Village too. Hero, what do we do now? Don't worry, Aubrey. This is where my handyman expertise comes into play. In cases like this, we should probably be looking for some kind of backup generator. Okay. I don't really know much about the Sprout Moles. Or where they would keep their generators. But surely it won't be hard to find. I would fix the blackout immediately. I'm also a licensed necromancer, so I'd revive the dead guy. Darren, you were just straight up lying. What? Hey there, handsome. Or maybe you prefer what's cooking good looking. So, do you need me to help with you with anything? All it costs is your love. Wow, I have so many quests. Good listener? Oh. I just need to find the teddy bear. Okay. And we still have not found the pet rock. Okay. Hope to have helped just a little. I'll be here if you need me. I didn't know Hiro and Mari were dating or like flirting. Kinda sucks real bad. Not true, you've never seen my necromancer powers? I guess I haven't. I guess you could have them, but I have my doubts. I have no idea what I'm doing. Despite all my rage, I am still just a mole in a cage. Thank you for that. Do you think we'll all still be friends after we graduate? Hey, look at this cool thing I drew. So awesome. This truly is covering all the bases of the school experience. People are shocked when they find out I'm not a great electrician. Is that a dad joke? Man. This wall is nice and cold. Oh, a dunce mole. Wait, a bunch of books, but all the pages are glued shut. What kind of school is this? This room is occupied. I cannot be disturbed right now. No humans allowed. This room is for sprout moles only. We are two. We are one. We are Twan? Oh. That's nice. Seems like these guys are not really worried about the blackout whatsoever. Wait, there's a sprout mole hat. I need that. Ah yes, welcome. You must be here to learn about the best culinary feast since sliced bread. Tofu. Okay. C'est magnifique. Here's your tofu trivia for the day. Smoked tofu is a great alternative for meat. If you wish to know more about the amazing and majestic tofu, feel free to talk to me again. Ho-ho! Tell me more. I specialize in reviving those deceased via electrocution. Perfect for this situation. Well, how are you gonna electrocute if there's no power? Like, I don't think you can stick a fork in a socket because, like, there's no power going to the sockets, right? So what's your game plan? Firm tofu can be stir-fried, baked, cubed, and just about anything else. This is because it can retain its shape and still absorb flavor. Oh, this makes me want to try tofu. I guess I had it in miso soup once. But I feel like fried tofu sounds like it would be good. My tofu don't absorb shit! I thought that was the whole point of tofu, was to, like, absorb flavor. Was he doing it wrong? Maybe you gotta try a different firmness. Like, maybe you need it to be softer or something. Wait, he just told me the meat thing again. I wanted different trivia. Since tofu is high in soy content, it is not good for you if you have kidney stones. Oh. Write that down, everyone. Soft tofu is best prepared raw or drained. It's best for desserts, smoothies, dips, and sauces. Sauces? Oh. I didn't know you could make a sauce out of tofu. My necromancy isn't powered by electricity. I revive the people that stick forks in outlets. Oh! You said reviving those deceased via electrocution. I thought via electrocution was more information about the revival. But you're saying it was more information about the deceased part. I understand. Blender. I just... Imagine, like, dipping something in tofu. I don't know. Hard to imagine. Man, I want to exhaust all my tofu facts. I think he's just repeating them. Okay, thanks for your tofu info. How dare you speak such blasphemy? It's only common knowledge that tofu is better when served hot. Are you mad? Any sprout mole with decent sense knows that tofu is better when served cold. Hey, there's no need to fight. Why don't you two come to a compromise? Who knows? Maybe you're both right. Or maybe you can cook tofu in a way that hasn't been done yet. Somewhere between hot and cold, like, I don't know, lukewarm? Ew. Lukewarm tofu? That's the worst idea I ever heard. Even cold tofu is better than that. Lukewarm tofu? I want to throw up. Even hot tofu is better than that. Well, I guess they resolved it. Put Chef Mole in the blender? I thought you liked the moles. Why you blending him? Oh wait, I don't think I've been up here yet. Hello, sir or madame. Would you be interested in purchasing some fine tofu? It will cost you exactly 1 clam. Okay. Thank you for your patronage. I think tofu only heals like 5. It does heal 5. That's not not excellent, but you know, I respect your decision after you say no thanks is awesome. Never hurts to have tofu on you at all times. I know I've gotten out of plenty of sticky situations with tofu. I don't like Chef Mole. Really? I liked all his little tofu information. Look at me. I'm truly the most beautiful sprout mole. Am I not? I love your confidence. What are you? Squawk? Your lips are unsettling. Swish, swish, swish. Get him out of there. What the? Also, dirty laundry. Sprout moles don't wear clothes. And also, who hangs up their laundry when it's dirty? Ah, winter. It may be snowing outside, but winter is time for friends and family. Cuddling next to a warm fire, sharing stories, sipping on hot cocoa, and most importantly, taking a breather after a long year. Winter is the best season, don't you agree? Yeah, winter is my favorite. Indeed, winter is the best season. Your agreement brings me great joy. Please have this gift. Winter is the season of giving after all. Let's go! I got an achievement for choosing the winter mole. This is so awesome. Embodies the spirit of winter. Defense +3. It's not the best item, but it's cute. Cute memento. Tongue up to stop that freak from rolling around in it. Man, I think he should have his fun. I think he should be allowed to roll in it if he wants. I see that you've tossed your favor in the way of winter. You received no gifts from me. Oh, I wanted to hear all their reasons. I like hearing people that are passionate. Oh well, I like winter. Uh-oh. What the? Pick up the pace, boys. We must make haste. We're trying our best, Warden. This is as fast as we can go. Why isn't this working? I feel sick. Just keep running, moles. Nothing gets done without a little sweat. Manifesting a sprout mole in your laundry. That is so nice of you. I would be so happy if there's just like a little critter rolling around in my laundry. Although I don't know what I would do with it when I had to wash my laundry. Faster, men! We must push ourselves to the limit and strive for a brighter tomorrow. Is this what's generating the town? Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff. This wire isn't plugged into the outlet. Yeah, let's plug it in. Yay! What'd I say, moles? Hard work pays off. Now keep on running. Huff, huff, huff. What the? You gonna exercise with your friends? I guess so. Look at Kel, he's going so fast. I can't wash the laundry because the sprout mole would get sad. Well, he's gonna have to find something else to make him happy. You know, you can't be sacrificing your own wants and needs for other people all the time. That's a pretty unhealthy mentality. That was cute. It's a sprout mole, not a people. Well, you can't do that for anything. Well, maybe that's not true. I guess if you have children, you're gonna have to, like, sacrifice some of your wants. But assuming you're, you know, equals, then sometimes you're gonna have to wash your laundry, even if the sprout mole doesn't like it. Gra! The humble abode of Rosa. Gra, gra! The #1 sweetheart fan in the world. Oh, that's pretty nice. I didn't know the flamingos are sentient. Sprout moles, while intelligent, are also very obsessive creatures. As you can see, I like any semblance of self-control. It's kind of real. Me when I lack self-control and I get 6 garden flamingos. Do you think these creatures would like Hyunjin? I think so. I mean, if they're obsessive, I'm sure if you can be obsessive about flamingos, like one of them is bound to be obsessive about K-pop. Christmas is my favorite time of the year, so why not just celebrate Christmas all the time? That's kind of a good mentality to have. I want to get to that watermelon though. Can I cut this? Oh my god! Why did the fire start? You got present? Christmas is ruined. I don't think that was worth it. I'm not gonna lie. But at least I knew what the thing was. Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? It was too tired. Oh. Well. At least we got something out of that. Don't laugh at that. Huff, huff, huff. So many of these sprout moles like basketball. Like, there's a lot of basketball hoops hanging around. This game is funny, I like it. A lot of dad jokes and puns in this one. Mayor Moles Jr.? It's so hard to get a good night's sleep lately. If only I had something to make the experience of sleeping more comfortable. I don't think I have anything. You can have my scarf. That's silly, they don't have hands and they're short. Maybe they balance it on their head. Dad jokes? What are they? Made in a dad factory. Thank you, Oza. That's mighty kind of you. I still can't get over that the dirty laundry is hanging up and the sprout mole is in the washer. They're doing this all wrong. They must be bad at basketball. I don't know. I've never seen one play. Who knows? They might be really, really good. Oh man, I did not mean to have this conversation again. I hope we get to watch a sprout mole play basketball. Hi, Garrett. Good morning. Well, that other one was playing basketball. In a way. Or at least he was walking around in front of a basketball hoop. What is this? Drink? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my god. I did not mean to do that. I just wanted to get to the lava lamp. And I can't even interact with it. Wow! Doing a lot of murder in this game. I'm working on revolutionary technology that would change all life in the colony. Nay, the world. It was a hard boss, by the way. Man, I want to fight a hard boss. Yo, wait. Right? 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 Now everybody has had their head bonked. Egad! Careful, child. You could have ruined an incredibly delicate concoction. If the measurements for this experiment are not 110% accurate, the chemical reaction may cause an explosion with enough force to destroy the entire village. Oh, okay, I won't touch it then. Aw, man. My boss. Oh well. Orange juice. Combo meal. Life jam. Oh, life jam. That's good. What is a combo meal? $250 heart and 100 juice. That is so good. Nobody's hearts are even close to that. He's more annoying than rewarding. Ugh. But I like leveling up. Oh well. Oh, is this the way all the way out? Oh, it's not, it's not. This way. I also have not seen a teddy bear. Yo, what are you? Someone, please help me. I'm in need of a handsome young gentleman. You. Yes. You there, in the striped pants. You magnificent beast. Yes. Oh, yes, you look like you'll do just fine. I think it's so funny that everybody sees Hero and they're like, oh, you're so handsome. But then you look at his little sprite and his hair's not even brushed. Huh? Wow. Why, thank you. I don't know what to say. Please, kind sir, will you help out a poor lowly mole? I'm desperately in need of your service. Well, since you asked so nicely, how can I refuse? Thank you for the 15 stream streak. That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you, young lad. You are too generous. Please, come this way now. Chop chop. Wait, hold on. Can my friends come too? Ah, yes, your friends. You are all here to see Sweetheart's quest, yes? If so, you will all meet again soon enough. Now come, sir. We must make haste. Time is short. Hero left the party. Oh. I was playing as him and everything. I hear there used to be a library here, but then Sweetheart built her stage over it. I already read this. Okay. I feel like this is gonna be some shenanigans. Where Sweetheart's gonna pick Hero, and then they're cooked. I think Hero likes Mari. What are we even gonna do? Greetings, Sweetheart fans. We apologize for the short intermission. Welcome back to our regularly scheduled program. During the break, we regret to inform you that a tragic accident has occurred right here, on this very stage. So funny. Why did they have a picture of him at the ready? It is at this time we announce the sudden loss of contestant number 3. We remember him fondly for the few seconds that we got to know him. He was truly a unique and irreplaceable soul. Silence. But the show must go on. Please give a warm welcome to our new contestant number 3. Hailing all the way from the vast forest. It's our hero in shining armor. Is he still in his jammies? Oh dear. Get this, guys. Hero's a real hunk, standing at a whopping 5'7". His passions include baking, cooking, and cleaning. Sheesh. And if that doesn't sound like the perfect man, check out his killer smile and mild personality. And now, once again, It's time to introduce the star of the show. Dim the lights, please. She emits beauty. She exudes grace. She truly has the most pulchritudinous face. Don't even know what that means. Yes, you know who we're talking about. She's all that is amazing and wonderful, and she's just about to set foot on this very stage. She's the one, the only, the magnificent. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, she's so cute. Here she comes. Here she is. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh my goodness, she's laughing a lot. Oh, ho, 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 ho. An excellent entrance, my liege. She's so cute. Ah, yes. It is me. Hello, my stupid, adoring fans. We love you, sweetheart. Yeah, you're the best. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Sweetheart, we have brought 3 of the best bachelors in the world onto this stage. Does he even count? Thank you, my stupid, adoring fans. Man, she's so awesome. Will today be the day that one of them steals your heart? Let's start with some questions. One thing that Sweetheart values most in a companion is complete and absolute obedience. Do you, contestant number 1, agree to pledge your allegiance to Sweetheart for the rest of your life? Contestant number 1, what is your answer? Sure. I don't know. I guess. Playing hard to get, I see. What do you think about that response, Sweetheart? Just 3 feet tall? My, that is much too short. Send him off. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. To the dungeon. Hey, what did you say? The dungeon? Oh, I didn't even notice those guys. Hey, they're so cute. Me. Now into contestant number 2. We ask you the same question. There's no right or wrong answer. Just answer truthfully. Contestant number 2. Will you pledge your allegiance to Sweetheart for the rest of your life? Well, sure. If that means I won't get sent to the dungeon. My word, this one. This very being offends me. Take him away, boys. These poor sprout moles. Oh. Oh. Contestant number 3. Looks like you're the last one standing. I'll ask the same question one more time. Again, no pressure at all. Do you, hero, agree to pledge your allegiance to Sweetheart for the rest of your life? Well, no, that doesn't seem fair at all. Why would I do that? Is he going to the dungeon? My, this one. He's absolutely immaculate. Could it be? Is Sweetheart in love? Oh dear. What an exciting turn of events! This must be fate. A match made in heaven. Wait, but I just said... Ah, yes, yes! You'll do just fine. Now, what was your name again? Huh? It's Hero, ma'am. Hero. My hero! We must go to my chambers at once. Guards, I have chosen my suitor. Take him away. Oh dear. Guys, please, do something. Whoa, Hero's gonna marry Sweetheart? I didn't see that one coming at all. Kel, what are you saying? We have to help him. What do you want me to do about it? I don't want to go to the dungeon. Ugh, Kel, you're so useless. Hero, you have to reject Sweetheart. It's time, Hero. Your princess awaits. Oh! I don't think she's going to listen to me. Just do it already. Okay, I'll try. Excuse me, Sweetheart. Ma'am? Yes, my lovely hero. How I yearn for the sound of your sweet voice. Say my name again. Wow, haha. That's so nice of you. I mean... why do I have to do this? I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I'm not interested. Why, whatever do you mean, my prince? This is really flattering and all, but you know, we only just met like a few moments ago, and well, I had to reject your offer. Oh, pish posh. Don't be silly, hero. I've never heard anything sillier. It's true. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but I don't want to marry you. Oh. Oh dear. This is preposterous. No. This is blasphemy. I like this sped up song. You dare reject Sweetheart? Everyone loves Sweetheart. You hear me? Everyone. Send him off to the dungeon. Hey, stop right there. You can't take Hero. He belongs to us. What's this now? What is a non-Sweetheart fan doing in the audience? Ah, I see. You must be Heroes fans. The nerve of you lots. First you make a fool of me, then you interrupt me during my own show. I'm the one who makes the rules around here. Guards! Take them away. Oh my goodness. Now you've done it, Aubrey. Womp womp. Aw, man. And now we're all stuck in the dungeon. Sorry, guys. It's my fault that we're in this mess. No, it's not, Hero. No one could have predicted that would happen. Oh! 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 You fools! Don't you recognize me? It's me! Rosa! Oh, is she the one who, like, I stepped on her stuff? The #1 Sweetheart fan in the world! I told you you'd all pay for crossing me. Curses, we've been bamboozled. I should have known you were behind this, Rosa. It's true what they say. Revenge is sweet. Oh yeah, I took the mixtape from her. Kinda forgot about that. Whoops. Now rot, you peons. Rot in the dungeon forever. Oh, dang it. How are we ever going to get out of here? We'll find a way. Come on, guys, let's think about this. Where do we even start? It's not like they just leave the gate unlocked. Would they? I certainly hope so. There's no moss to eat in here. Oh. This looks like a job for Aubrey. Oh. I was hoping I could smash the pots. When Rosa was never seen again. Truly 11 out of 10. Best villain in fiction. You know, I mean, she got her revenge. She did a good job. Tofu. Ew. It's tofu in the pots. I don't like that there's always ramen in the restroom. Bit unlucky. Oh. Hold on, I'll come back for that. I want to know if there's anything this way. What are you? The game won't budge. Ah! Oops. Marsha? She's just got an axe taped to her side. Meow, meow, meow. Man, Marsha's low-key getting dunked on. Meow, meow, meow. Omori acquired friend. Yippee. Wow, that's a lot of EXP. Aubrey learned full power hits. Ooh. Maybe I should get caught on purpose. So I can level up. Gra! A special hell for you, my dear. Gra gra. Signed SWH. I don't know what SWH is. Sweethearts, maybe? My goodness, so much tofu. I want to see what's up there. Can you do something? Guess not. Oh, the game won't budge. Ah. Surely this one will budge. Oh, man. Oh. That guy didn't even see me. Eek. This looks like a job for Kel. What is it? Just throwing? Oh, I see. This is not fruit punch. What? It's just a pool of blood? That's nice. Is this sweetheart and space boyfriend? She's not taking the breakup very well. Harold. Harold looks a bit strong. Oh. Protects himself. Hello, my chatters. My goodness, hi. How did your writing go? Ugh. I hope you had such a good flow state. Maybe we can get a bread slice out of Harold. Oh yeah. turning all the guards to bread. Cal's 14? Yippee! Hero's still a little bit behind. Onlookers. Okay, let's see what skill you have. An attack that ignores foe's defense, then reduces foe's defense. Oh, that's so good. Let's get rid of headbutt, because Aubrey's not angry very often. Okay. Already went so well. I already got the TTS. Now my question is this. I know this game is like serious. It's kind of like unserious, I'm not gonna lie. Is this a good, silly, goofy TTS moment, or will it ruin the mood? No, we're in like a silly... We're in a silly part. I don't know. This game feels like very childish in the sense that like... It'll be like... Like right now we're locked in the dungeon because this guy, Hero, didn't want to marry Princess Sweetheart. And then she got really upset and it's like really goofy. Kind of like Queen from Deltarune vibes. Like it'll be like this and then like randomly a monster will show up and then the main character will be depressed. I don't know. I don't know, it's very strange, but this is not a bad moment, I would say. My goodness. So many Pikas have been redeemed today. Pika-pee! Glad you guys like it. Nourishment. Cardboard boxes. For no other reason than to take up space. A vanity. But the mirror makes you look especially unflattering. Oog. Telescope with the lenses covered with tape. What kind of room is this? Okay. A beautiful painting of the stars. But it reeks of melting plastic? Is this Space Boyfriend's dungeon cell? Oh my god, there's like skeletons in that dungeon. Sweetheart is like killing people, I think. Oh dear. TTS duration invalid. Sigh. Hold on. Hold on, don't worry, I'll fix. Soundalerts.com. Don't worry, we're fixing. We're fixing. Everything will be so okay.
Happy Valentine's Day, honey. You got the space chocolates I sent you, right? Huh? What do you mean it's August? Well, I'm sorry.
August.
Time passes faster on Jupiter, you know. Wait, does that mean I missed your birthday? Your 67th birthday? No. Of course
No
I don't.
way.
Okay, calm down.
No way you
Wow,
put 6,
now
7
you're
in
bringing
there.
Houston into this? It's not even their problem. Well, I guess it's over. Just wasted my paycheck on this moon rock engagement ring. Maybe I'll find a hot alien babe to give it to.
Oh, that's crazy. Is that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart breaking up? That's so crazy. You know he wasn't that good of a boyfriend. If like immediately after the breakup, he's talking about a hot alien babe. Sweetheart deserved better for real. Oh my god. No. I did not want to fight you. Oh well. I feel bad for these sprout moles. They didn't really do anything wrong. Womp womp. He's Space ex-boyfriend now.
I used to tickle my pickle to Angry Birds. When I was about 67, I loved Angry Birds. I had every game all the way to Angry Birds Seasons and HD, and I had every
What
toy
is
and
this?
merchandise they had at the store. I was playing Angry Birds and then all of a sudden Terrence showed up and turned me on. I couldn't stand it, I was going crazy. I decided to pull out my big pickle and start strangling it, so I low-key knew I am the goat.
So what is that? Oza. Oza, my mods are gonna blow up your house. What the hell is even that? No, it's my favorite story of all time. Can I level with you, Chief? I did not like that one. But thank you for I guess if it's your favorite story, I guess I have to be somewhat thankful that you wanted to share that. But maybe no more of that, please. Cal dunks on the foes? If you pass it to hero, Cal just attacks again? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wait, why is he not leveled up? Why is he so far behind? What the? Okay, get me in there. Oh, hello? Oh no, what are we going to do? No one ever escapes the dungeon. Oh no, what are we going to do? No one ever escapes. Okay. Well, they really put him in a dungeon with a with a skeleton. It is not alive. Wait, I think that's the way I'm supposed to go. I want to explore around a little more first. Maybe smash some vases. Yippee. There's gotta be a teddy bear in one of these. Gate won't budge. Yo. Need to be in there. Still won't budge. TBH, I haven't played Omori, so I have no idea if Space Boyfriend was a good boyfriend or not. I don't think it's his fault that he missed her birthday. He's trying not to freak out that she's old now. That sounds, like, horrifying as a concept. I don't know. I don't know. It's definitely not his fault. But like I maybe wouldn't blame him if he wouldn't be able to handle that. Like, is it considered a problematic age gap or no? Bureau, oh my goodness! Thank you. Thank you so much for the Bureau. This is so awesome. I almost did not catch the 6-7. I did it on pure accident, but then just deviously decided to keep it. That is very devious of you. I'm glad you decided to keep it. So awesome. Okay, maybe you have a little candy. You have a bit of bread. You have bread too. Okay. My guys are looking pretty healthy, I would say. Quite mazy around here. Hey, it's Mari. Mari, help us. We're stuck in the dungeon. Oh no. There you go. Now come here and enjoy a nice picnic with me. I promise you'll feel better right away. I didn't even have to eat all that bread. Tofu, yippee. Ah yes, pickles. We're just eating pickles out of the jar. No fork or nothing. Okay. Okay, I guess so. Okay, let's save. Mm, let's save here. Hey, gang. Seems like you're all stuck in a little pickle, so I snuck in some pickles. Hehe. Aw, yuck. I hate pickles. Oh my goodness, this is why I like Kel so much. He gets me. Would you rather have one bit or two? Very hard. Hmm. That's a thinker. That's a thinker. I really I really had to consider that one, I think. Next time, can you sneak in some jam instead? Oh my god, wait, I love jam. He's so real for that. Okay, wait, have a little picnic, everyone. Hero, I have a question for you. Was there any chance in the world that you would have said yes to marrying Sweetheart? What? No way. You know I only have eyes for you, Mari. Oh my god, look at this Riz portrait. Shit. Ew. You is right, Kel. Hero, that's not what I like about you at all. What? It's not? What is it? I can't tell you that, silly. She doesn't like that he's loyal? We ruined the magic. Okay. I don't really get it. But whatever you say. Mari, you don't have to worry about Sweetheart at all. Sweetheart is the worst. I can't imagine anyone being in love with her. Wasn't she with Captain Spaceboy, though? Relationships like that are just shallow. Can't compare it to the real deal. Like what me and Omori have. What? So Omori and Aubrey are in a relationship? And Mari and Hiro are in a relationship? Kel's just there. Interesting. Isn't that right, Omori? Omori? Oh, maybe it's not reciprocated. Wow. Totally and definitely. I haven't been paying attention. Well, I think Mari and Omori are brother and sister. And I think Kel and Hiro are brothers. Kind of a weird friend group, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think I would really want to hang out with my brother and his girlfriend. And his girlfriend's little brother. And his girlfriend. I don't know. That sounds like a lot of things going on. Wait, can we just leave? Oh. I got sent to the dungeon for smuggling. But old habits die hard. That said, I got some choice goods for sale, patron. Interested in buying? Okay. I've consistently been 3 hours late. Started working while listening to stream. I know a whole lot of nothing. Except there were some kids who liked candy. I think you pretty much got the plot. The kids do be liking candy. This life jam is more expensive than it was outside. And this tofu is more expensive than it was outside as well. I think this guy is low-key scamming me. I'm just gonna steal his stuff, I think. Oh. Tofu, yippee! Oh, I thought maybe he would... I thought maybe he'd be upset. But he seems chill with it. Okay. Where was I earlier? I like the way Aubrey's hair moves when she runs. Swish, 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 swish. Ah, darn it. Did we already kill Harold? I guess they respawn, huh? Aubrey's attack lift. Oh, man. She's happy and she's not locked in. Oh, good job, Hero. He critted. Ugh. It'll take forever. Oh, wait. I think it's low enough to bread him up. Okay. Yippee! We got bread! Okay. Hero's level 14. That's good. I'm worried about him being a bit behind. Okay, that's where I came from, I think. He won't budge. And there is somewhere. Can I run? Oh, I can. That's nice. He's still there, though. Okay. Well. Power hit. Passing the Aubrey seems like a good option. That's a lot of damage. Red? Yay! Okay. We're grinding. Okay, everyone eat some bread. Yippee. Is this where it just was? Yes. Yes, I think so. Okay. And this... Have I been here? Oh no, I haven't. Okay. Huzzah! After countless failures, I finally almost made my escape. All I need to do now is find the exit. I like your mustache. Can you press that thing for me, though? What if Hero raises him up? I guess not. Well, it's okay. Surely, this all is fine. Oh. Okay. Who makes their dungeons so mazy? Go to check on the prisoners and get lost. I'm restarting Pokemon's Shield. I need a trainer name. Oh, trainer names are hard. I feel like it's a lot easier to name Pokemon. It could be Tofu. I got Tofu on the brain. Because all these little moles really like tofu. Okay, so now we go back there. Gotta be somewhat close. What the? Ramen? It is not alive. I've been stuck down here so long, I feel like I can barely move a muscle. Huh? What's that face for? Sigh. That could work if I go back and change to the white hair character. White hair character, that sounds cute. I quite like white hair. Tofu. Look, tofu. Tofu mention. Oh. A key. What kind of key is it? I? Surely that's good. My last trainer name was Dear God because it made for some pretty funny lines of dialogue. Funny lines of dialogue? It's just everyone just sounds really concerned all the time. Dilsey! Oh my goodness, hi Dilsey! Did you win your DBD games? I saw you hopped on. Are you slaying? What's a hot food or drink that goes good with tofu? I need to make sure my starter matches me. I don't really know. I don't really know what tofu goes with. Tofu feels like more like an ingredient than like a main dish. So I really am not sure. Haven't played today. Aw, I swear I got a Steam notification that said Dilsey's playing DBD. Sigh. All my hopes and dreams. For example, there's one time they said, "Dear God, we have to go check that out." It was great. Wow. I can't argue. That does sound great. Probably did just updating stuff. Oh. Ah. Mysterious. Well, what are you up to today, Dilsey? I think I opened somewhere else, but I don't remember where it was. It wasn't over there. What? Ah! Was it here? Oh no, I just came from here. Oh man. My score bunny will be called Kimchi when I get them. Ah, cute! Kimchi and tofu? A good combo, a good combo. I'm not the biggest kimchi enjoyer, but I think it's a cute name. Oh, maybe Kel already did that. Sigh. I think the vases respawn when I leave the room. Oh, it's kind of like infinite tofu glitch. Kind of awesome. Check this out. Oops. Look, I got 30 tofus. Slay. Never tried kimchi nor tofu in my life, but I trust the trainer name decision. Yippee! Yippee yippee. Thank you for your trust. Oh, shoot. Something somewhere unlocked. I think. Oh, is it this one? Oh, thank goodness. Oh my god. Okay. Well. I guess that little guy is not escaping prison today. Whoops. My bad, gang. My third playthrough? Really just want the Reggies? Like you played the same game 3 times? Look at you go. My goodness, more tofu. Yippee! Wait, but there is something... 30 clams? Sheesh. 2 clams. 10 clams? Oh my goodness, we're rich. I love being greedy. 2 clams. Look there. We're finally at the exit. Woohoo! Freedom at last. Let's get out of here. I never want to see another sprout mole again in my life. Is this the exit? Hold on. I don't want to get locked out of here. First playthrough was the base game before the DLC came out. And the DLC came out, so I wiped for a fresh start. Played all of it. Now this time I'm playing again, because in order to get Regigigas, you have to have all the other Regis, and you can only get either Reggie Lucky or Reggie Drago each playthrough. Oh my goodness. I didn't know it was like that. That sounds like it'd be really hard. Yeah, how do we get it here? I don't know. I like catching all the little Pokemons, but I don't think I have the patience to grind all the little guys that many times. I don't even have the patience to grind all the little guys one time. The 3 sounds crazy. Game is easy. I defeated champion with my starter in a fossil mod. Oh, look at you. Oh man. Alright, boss, I can't stay up longer than this. Aw, don't worry. I hope you have a super great night. Thank you very much for hanging out. Studying on the side to see ya. I tuck you in. Good night. How is my daughter, Goralina Vald? Dilsey. That is not even a real name that anybody has ever had. Surely you can remember her name. Are you okay? Thank goodness. Thank goodness you remembered. You were scaring me. Mother. Yeah, this is some absent mother behavior. I can't lie to you. But she's doing good. I mean, she's like breaking out of prison right now. The royal bath. Remember, the pool must be refilled regularly. Ah! Get me out of here. Oh. Wait, so Sweetheart has to regularly fill up her blood bath? That is so ominous. These poor sprout moles. It's a video I watched of a dude who changed this game's story and region just a tiny bit to make it better. And now I can't view this place the same. The story is so clear to me now. Oh. Interesting. I don't know really anything about that. That sounds cool though. Man, I love seeing Omori happy. Look at his free kebab insane little smile. Oh my goodness. This little guy is intense. Have a bread slice. He's a cheeky little bugger. He so is. I quite like him. Insulting his smile? No. Not insulting it at all. I think it's lovely. Omori learned trick. What does trick do? Deals damage if the foe is happy, greatly reduce its speed. don't think it's worth the cost. Okay. Can have some bread though. We can have some tofu as well. We're so tofu pilled. Shout out to Sprout Moles. Okay. Man, I am not good at mazes. I really want to get to that last little area though. Wait, this is literally infinite clams glitch. I'm stealing so many clams from Sweetheart. This is so awesome. Okay. Let's get out of here. Oh! Sweetheart's castle. Oh, it's very beautiful. Wow. Dungeon. Why is it like in the center? Halt, prisoners! Did you really think that you could escape that easily? Back to the dungeon for you four. Darn. We were so close to... Uh-oh. What do we do now? Think, hero, think. Come on, how do we get out of this? Oh, I got it. Ahem. On the contrary, Sir Knight, I think you have mistaken us for someone else. Yes. No way this is how we're getting out of this. What happened with Sweetheart? What did we learn? She wanted to marry Hero. And then Hero was like, no thank you. And she freaked out and sent everyone to the dungeon. And we also learned that, she has a bath that's maybe made out of blood. So, she might be a little scary. Hem. Don't be so quick to judge. We are sprout moles, indubitably. Woohoo, indeed. Ah, yes, quite. I'm also a lover of tofu and Sweetheart. Delicious tofu. Egad! My eyes must have deceived me. I apologize, brethren. It is rather hard to see through this helmet. Very well, carry on then. I will resume my patrol. You lot ought to return to your stations as well, lest our dear Sweetheart notices. How's that for some quick thinking? That was so smooth, Hero. These sprout mole masks, we'll be able to make it out of here in a cinch. Do we really have to keep wearing these, Hero? Mine is getting kind of itchy. Yes, Kel, we should keep them on until we get out of here. Come on, let's move. Hero's the oldest, so I think he should be in charge in this situation. They're so smart. Good job, everyone. Wait, look at their little leaves flapping around. Pia? Candle bunny, that's so cute. I want a candle bunny. Is that why you told me to name my character Tofu? That wasn't your idea at all? I just told you to name your character Tofu because everyone keeps talking about it. Oh. The Reese's Party rolls initiative. It's a nat 1. Omori's party has the upper hand. What is that sprout mole chomping on? How is he gonna shoot this bow? This isn't gonna work at all. But I guess you have to admire his spirit. Lucius? You hack away. You pep talk Omori. You rebound and you attack. He's trying his best. It is very cute. I just worry about the positioning of his bow. I think it should be taped to his side. Because his little foot's not going to be able to reach up that high. Come on, everybody. You can do it. Looks like it's working alright for him. Well, he didn't shoot a single arrow. Kimchi the square bunny has been recruited? That's so cute. I'm so glad to hear that. Man, I hate that they're not all progressing the same amount. Hero is so behind. Womp womp. Oh. Wait, that's so cute. I like the little umbrella one. Can I come in? Yes, he did? I don't know. Is that real? My dear sous chefs, I'm afraid my back just can't take anymore. It is at this unfortunate time that I announce my retirement. But wait, chef. Without you, who will lead us in our task of baking a most magnificent cake for the main event? Sous chefs, it is now time for one of you to step up to the limelight. A cake must be baked today. Our very lives are on the line. Oh yes, I hear you, chef. As the most capable one of us, I will volunteer and take charge of this task. Goodbye, Chef Mole. I wish him a very happy retirement. I won't fail you, I promise. Having the 2 weeks notice? They're mole sprouts. They're little moles. They probably don't have the same sort of economy that we do. Hey, you there. You four are sous chefs now. Meet me in the kitchen pronto. What? I don't want to do that. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Who are you? Who am I? And they're all wishing luck. That's good. I hope it's not too hard. We take our job seriously. Sweetheart's Royal Guard only accepts the best of the best. Back to your stations, newbies. We don't take kindly to slackers. I have studied the art of combat my entire life. If you all work hard, maybe one day you can become a Lucius. Have you seen Sir Maximus around? That guy owes me some clams. Very interesting. Wish I could do that. Just go to work like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. Goodbye, with no consequences. I feel like you could. I feel like you could say, my dear coworkers, my back hurts. Can't take it anymore. I must retire. I think they would all take that well, probably. I'm gonna take a little ab break. Stuart tells me to quit job. Well, you said you wanted to. You said we wanted to, so I think you should be able to do what you want. Surely, you know, no biggie. Anyway, check this out. Check this out. I'll be right back. Have a good ad break. Hi, sorry, I'm back. Fruits, yay! I came at the right time. I'm so happy that you like them so much. I got some water, and I got some cereal, some dry cereal, dry style cereal, and um, I play with my cats. It's kind of awesome. What did you do during the ad break? You want to see fruits? Blueberry. Pink, what's your favorite? Which of which of the baby sensory fruits is your favorite? I think a lot of people like the pineapple best. I think I like the raspberry. Slumbering Well theme goes hard. I was listening to that. I don't know what Slumbering Wild is. Pineapple? Pink, are you just naming them? My love, I don't like any of them. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I get kind of tired of them. But every time I go into like a different baby sensory, I get yelled at. Like sometimes I'll be like, "Oh, let's do one that's in like a different art style," and then everyone goes, "Floss, you ruined my whole day, and I hate everything," you know. So I give the people what they like. But our outbreak is over for today. Joe, I think I am not gonna let that one through. But yeah, I'm glad you were joking. This is the best baby sensory, but it's still not great. I'm no baby though. I don't know. No, I think I prefer the 2D ones to the 3D ones. All right. I still am. You hate Darren? No, no. Darren's awesome. They're the best. Goodbye. Goodbye, Darren. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I hope if you get trapped in a dungeon similar to this, I hope you escape. Okay. Oh, I think the umbrella one is my favorite. Or maybe the sitting one. They're both quite cute. I have to work, but I'll podcast you to fulfill the Darren facts. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you like fruits? Well, Darren's pronouns are they, them. Not he, him. But yeah. They're a bit of a hater, huh? It's okay. No fruit, I'm gonna go. Okay, goodbye. Have a great rest of your day. There sure are a lot of sprout moles here. And they all sure love Sweetheart. I tried offering one some food earlier, but she called me a peon and threw it back at me. Threw it back? Sheesh. Sprout moles are peculiar creatures, aren't they? A bowl of sweet strawberries. Yum! That sounds so nice. This game was low-key making me hungry. I'm glad I got cereal. A painting of an obnoxious-looking person. I don't think she looks obnoxious. Butler mole. I don't really know how to do a French reading. Soy de mes chamber au je peux le rhyme les fruits. Oh, Francois. I can't understand a single word you're saying, but you're so dreamy. Does anybody speak French? Anybody understand? A bed for sprout moles. Smells like dirty laundry. Oh, that's nice. If you like some good ambience and maybe a little spook, Sunbring World theme is the way to go. I do like ambiance. I usually don't go for like spooky ambiance though. That sounds kind of fun. Got 10 clams. A bed for sprout moles. Smells like dirty laundry. I guess this is just all the sprout mole rooms for all the people who live in the castle. The sprout mole gazes wistfully at Sweetheart's portrait. Cute. Not really spooky. The theme for a spooky place. Oh. Like Lavender Town vibes? I like that one. Dang it. How did I end up in this mess? A scary-looking sprout mole named Marcia suddenly pulled me from my home and said I was going to replace some faulty staff here. Apparently the last guy got thrown in the dungeon for treason. The turnover rate here must be horrible. Free job? Sweetheart is so scary. I wish I could go home. Sweetheart is so cool. I wish I could work here forever. A strawberry cake that smells like garbage? I don't want a bite of a garbage cake. What's up, Linda? Haven't seen you around in forever. How's your old man? I miss that guy. Does he call everyone Linda? Yo, Jims, it's been a while, buddy. How was your weekend, man? Wait, that's so funny. Hey, Sal, you lost weight. Good for you. Jeffrey, my man. This has been too long. We gotta catch up sometime. That's so awesome. The writers did so good on this one. Looks like a job for Aubrey. Oh. I see. Blam. Jay. I wonder how the hangman is going. Not well. Not very well at all. We didn't get any useful ones. Oh well. Clear your mind. Harmonize with the universe. Return to your natural state. Become tofu again. Oh, she's doing yoga. I like when I'm watching yoga videos and the instructor is like very like, I don't know, like spiritual. I like when they're like, oh, try to press your hands all the way into the spirit of the earth. I don't know. I eat that up. What the cow? Thank you, Dilsey. Beautiful pun you got there. Don't kid yourself, cretin. I'm gonna be the one to marry Sweetheart. You spout delusions, twin brother. It is I who is going to marry Sweetheart. Oh, please. This will be no contest. When it comes to the two of us, I am by far the more dashing. Don't be foolish, brother. We look exactly the same. I just know that Sweetheart is going to fall for my personality. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Nonsense, brother. When the time is ripe, she will fall head over heels over my fashionable new mustache. A fashionable mustache, you say? What mustache? All I see are a pair of nose hairs. dear brother. You're really getting on my last stem. But I know how to settle this. Fellow sprout moles, which of us do you think is a better match for sweetheart? What do you think? I'm marrying sweetheart, actually. Do you like sweetheart? She kind of has queen vibes from Deltarune. She's very demanding, I would say. Must ask you a question, but I'll shave it for later. Dilsey. I don't actually know which one's which. I think the second one that was talking, I liked his vibes better. And maybe that's other Sprout Mole. Ha! As expected. I'm going to ask Sweetheart to marry me right now. I don't believe this nonsense. He didn't come back. Maybe that's a good sign. Oh, woe is me. I'm mourned for my lost brother. With his looks, I already know it'll be off to the dungeon with him. Just like our late third brother. Oh dear. Bow tie? We were just stealing that from them? What does it do? Oh, it's defense +4. That's pretty good. Where starts happy in battle? I kind of want Omori to start happy in battle. I'm not gonna lie. 2 noculars times 2. Increased hit rate seems pretty good. She seems pretty good as far as heart and defense goes. Ooh, maybe attack +7 would be better. I don't know which one is better. I'll try the eye patch. And then Omori can have the happy thing. Where was it? Daisy. I like to see Omori happy. Okay. I'm so silly. Hey, can't you see I'm trying to meditate here? You bunch are so rude. Sorry. Snore. You are not even in the bed. Dear Diary, today, Gee, what did I do today? Was she just like me for real? Okay, maybe we make Kel eat the cake. I think you would appreciate that. Oh. Maybe that wasn't good. What? Jam packets? Where am I? Fuse with the spirit of life. Revives all friends that are toast. Oh my goodness. That's so good. I like taking jam packets from restaurants. I quite like jam. Okay. Let's get to cooking then. What took you so long? Step on it, will you? I can't leave this room until I bake the best cake in existence. Oh, sorry, my bad. An array of ingredients. Some more appetizing than others. It's just flour, right? It all looks fine. Got different pans. Oh, we got a coconut. Color juice me. Oh? He gives a lot of juice to a friend, but also hurts a friend. I don't know what a lot means. I also don't know how much it hurts. Maybe we don't want that one. Oh, what does the coconut do? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a pocket item. Okay. How do I make a cake? Wash hands first? Oh. Are you ready to start baking? Just follow my instructions and you'll be fine. Okay. I can remember. Hey, don't be nervous. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. First, we must preheat the oven to 75 degrees. So low. Okay. I think Hiro is a good cook. Or like baker. Maybe he can do it. Is this supposed to be like an actual memory test? Or are we supposed to recognize that that's a ridiculous temperature and do a normal one? I'm gonna go with what I would do for a cake. What if there's an achievement for doing good memory stuff? A tough choice. I'll go with this one though. Excellent work. Next thing to do is mix 2 main ingredients in a bowl. Flowers and ping pong balls. Need more ingredients. Is this flour? Oh, that's sugar. Garden soil. Flour. I assume the ping pong balls are supposed to be eggs. But usually you don't mix the dry and wet ingredients together right off the get-go. I don't even see ping pong balls. Okay. I'll try my best. You're doing great. Next comes the salt and cheese. Now beat those together until it's soup. Well, usually if you're beating stuff separately, it's sugar and butter. But the eggs don't come till later, usually. Man, I hope I'm doing a good job. Trying so hard to maintain the naming thing, but some of these Pokemon are making it hard. Do you like try to pick like a food or like a name that matches the Pokemon? I don't know. I usually, if I come up with a good name, I feel like I'm not really partial about what Pokemon it goes to. Now we're cooking. Last but not least, grab the sauce and cut it into pieces. Sauce? If we're cutting something, it would be fruit. So maybe strawberries? Both? Oh. No. No, if I had a really banger name like Kimchi, I feel like it wouldn't matter what Pokemon it goes to. But that's nice that you're so considerate. Magnificent. Mix them all together and stick it in the microwave. It's that easy. Oh. Gather ingredients. You usually add wet ingredients to the dry, right? No, you usually add dry to the wet, maybe. Ugh. I hope I'm doing good. Kimchi the score bunny. Katsu. Ah, I love Katsu the rookity. Cabbage the lotad. Lemon the yumper. Sprouting cheeks. Way to run the naming scheme, guys. Why did you name a Pokemon Cheeks? Carrot, that seems kind of mean. Imagine like your brother is named Lemon and your other brother is named like Cabbage and then your name is literally Cheeks. Ever seen a Squova? Its entire thing is that it has big cheeks. Yeah, but why would you why would you be named after your most predominant feature? That'd be like if somebody named me like Ginormous Tail. I guess that would be kind of a cute name, huh? You baked a cake. Wow, it looks pretty good. Oh man, I was hoping it'd be perfect. I'll take it though. Ah, all done? Beautiful work, I must say. Let's have a taste. Marvelous! Just as I expected. Those other sous chefs will be sorry. You got a frying pan. What does that do? Snacks will restore more heart in battle? Wait, that sounds nice. This one also has more heart and attack. Yippee! I'd love to be called Trisa. Oh, is that your most noticeable feature? X ginormous tail X. Yeah, it's pretty big, huh? Are you jealous? Comet hammer. Oh. I didn't even know I had that. Mr. Plant Egg can be in retirement. Gotta keep him safe. Don't let him to be damaged. Oh, brown furry and full of juice. Upgrades, people, upgrades. You may go now, servants. Be free. Oh man, I wanted an achievement for doing a good job. Maybe I wasn't supposed to put the eggs with the flour. I don't know what else flowers and ping pong balls would be though. Where am I supposed to be right now? Maybe we go back to the main room. Oh. Guy's kinda glowy, huh? Stop, imposters. I know what you are. And you are not sprout moles. You must be wondering how I'm able to tell. You see, I'm above these feeble and inexperienced heralds and marshals. I am Sir Maximus, and with my impressive lineage, I'll be victorious and bring honor to my family. Oh. I'll have you know I just got a coconut. Oh wow, that was right in our face. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know how scary he is. I'll flex just in case, though. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, one of the attacks missed. Womp womp. Look at him worry. I want to make him manic. Like, I don't really know what it does. It makes me feel better seeing the art. It's so good. Why are you beating up this innocent knight? Bo, he came at me. No. I cannot fail now. My son needs me. Oh, that's crazy. Making me feel bad. He's only doing 11 damage. Oh my god, look at him, look at him, look at him, look at him. Oh my goodness. He looks so cool. He looks so awesome. Surely he attacks for a lot more when he's like that. 27? Honestly, that's not as much as I thought it would be. It's still cool to look at though. Manic? Yeah. He went from happy to ecstatic to manic. I think it's very cool looking art. Man, this guy is not super strong, huh? Hack away. Well, actually, he's low enough. Maybe we just bread slice him. Kel guards. Hobby guards. Your face a big wheel for Kel. It's so cute. Whiffed. Oh man. Maybe normal attack is fine. Oh, I think I have enough to do the big thing. Check this out. They're going crazy. Hi, Kuko. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? I hope you're having a nice day. Goodbye, Sir Maximus. Wow, look at all that EXP. And we got clams and tofu. Wowie! I feel kind of bad for him. He did have a son and everything. But it's not my fault if he came at me. Can this be used outside of battle? Oh, it can. That's so nice. And then we can eat some tofu. Yippee! Okay, I think we're doing pretty good. Oh, do not come near me. Let's see what this room is. Going fine, just trying to find a good way to lie down. Oh. Are you going to bed? Let me tuck you in. I hope you sleep so well. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Excuse me. Gra! Lift to royal chambers. Gra, gra! Reminder, you are not allowed in here unless you are a beautiful suitor handpicked by Sweetheart. Gra, gra, gra! Or unless you are Castella. I don't know who Castella is. Music machine. Well, this is awkward. Oh, we're on an elevator. I see, I see. Oh. Aw, wait, she still has a statue of Space Boy. That's kind of sad for her. Got popcorn? A whole pizza and fries. Strawberry cake, that smells like rosemary. Yes, please. That's a crazy thing for cake to smell like. I think I'd take a bite of that. More jam packets. Ooh, ominous music. Kind of quiet. I command you to lie down, joking. Not exactly planning on sleeping yet. I just want to find a way to be comfy. I feel you. I feel you. It kind of sucks when you when you just want to be cozy, but nothing feels quite right. I wish you the best of luck in your venture. Fruit juice? It's not for kids. Got fruit juice? Question mark? What? Question mark. You're not sure what fruit it is. Heal 75 juice. That's so good. Kiro could use a little bit of juice. Oh yeah, plum juice seems appropriate. Okay. A painting of Captain Spaceboy. Fruit juice has been splashed all over it. Man, poor Sweetheart. A statue made in the likeness of an obnoxious-looking person. Nothing about this one. Huff, huff, huff. Casp, what are you doing in here? Common sprout moles aren't allowed in Sweetheart's chambers. You know the rules. Ah, wait a minute. Perhaps you'll be able to help me. Sweetheart ordered me to move the statue out of her bedroom before she returns, but I can't get it to move at all. If only this thing was suddenly and conveniently smashed into itty-bitty pieces. Well, ma'am, what it sounds like to me is you're in need of some destruction. And Aubrey here happens to be a destruction specialist. That's so nice. I caught a sneaky little fox one. Perhaps I should call it Foss. Aw, that's so cute. Aubrey? That is a very strange name for a sprout mole. Then again, Sweetheart has been running out of new names to give as of late. Does Sweetheart grow the sprout moles? I am on a bussy right now. Going to France on an auto bussy? Oh. I hope it's a good experience. I hope you got a window seat. Mm-hmm. Wait, Cal. Isn't that a statue of Captain Spaceboy? I'd feel bad destroying it. Psh, it's not like he's ever going to know. Captain Spaceboy and Sweetheart are a thing of the past. Live and let live, that's what I always say. You don't always say that. But fine, I guess I can give it a shot. Maybe I'll explore around a little bit first. Picked up a pearl. Poetry by Sweetheart. Ah, a day. And a day it was. Such a lovely day. Wait, that's beautiful. I like that one. You got orange juice, peach soda, tasty soda. Whoa, a large vanity for Sweetheart's pulchritudinous face. Oh, Bussy, it's so nice there. You're being pretty cheeky, huh? Well, I don't know when the last time I've been on a bus was. It's probably been quite a few years. On straight bussy when I'm headed to France. It's just a bussy? Uh-huh. An old grandfather clock. On closer inspection, it doesn't seem to be working. Wait, I want to look at the sparkles first. A magnificently large pink bed. Would you like to sleep with your friends? Aw, that's so nice. Of course. You and your friends feel like new. Oh, I thought maybe they'd show a little image of them snuggling. You found a body pillow. Is that important? I guess not. Is it equipable? Oh, it is. Life-size and huggable, yet suspicious. Can't really tell what's going on this pillow. Is this Sweetheart? I see a bow on the head. Body pillow! Not a fan of body pillows. I have one, but it's not like an anime one. It's just like a fluffy pink one. I think it's nice for snuggling. I don't know if I would ever have an anime one. They're a little sus. But no hate if anyone of you has one. A very huggable plushie. I'm happy with it. Ah, it's so nice. I like the... I don't know. I like the really... I like the really big pillows because I feel like you can... I don't know. Like... You can hug it really... in a really nice way. I appreciate them. Oh... Is this better than a comet hammer? I don't know how important the luck stat is. It's got a lot of heart, though. Well, can anyone else use the body pillow? No, it's just Aubrey. I think it's worth it. Unless it has a Pokemon on it, I don't want it. Well, I think the anime ones, they never really look comfortable. Like, it just looks like a screen printed, like, cotton fabric. And I don't know. That just doesn't look very cozy. I like the fuzzy, fluffy pillowcase ones. Okay, here I go. This time, I won't fail. Poor fella. I have quite the plushie collection. Really? That's so nice. I have a few plushies. I have one of those like hammock things that goes in the corner of your room, and it's got some plushies on it. I quite like them. My girl escaped jail or whatever. Do I need to break her out? No, don't worry. She escaped. She escaped and she just smashed the statue. Pretty cool, huh? My word. You've done it. Well, time to clean this up. What? Bro. I know she could just walk around. I only have two plushies, a Minecraft axolotl and a Bulbasaur. Wait, that sounds so nice though. Okay, cool. I raised her well. Yeah. Yeah. Breaking out of jail. What a good life skill to teach your teach your daughter. You're real lifesavers. I should have known to just leave this task to the specialists. Aiko, thank you for your like. Oh, is it sentient? I have a hot dog plushie called Pear. My goodness, I love pears. Does the hot dog plushie have a face on it, or is it just like a realistic hot dog? My. Well, this is a surprise. Turns out all I had to do was lift it from the bottom. Pears are yummy. Ugh, I love pears. I had a pear this morning, actually. Pretty. You got teapot. Here, learn tea time. What is that? Oh, don't use it. Maybe swap. Heal some of a friend's heart and juice. Ooh. Juice seems good. I like fast food because it acts first, so... Maybe we don't really need it that much. Up to the handle and spout. Ooh. Gives him one less attack, but a lot more juice. A lot less heart, too, though. I think I like frying pan better. It has a face? Oh, that's pretty cute. Why did you name your hot dog Pear? So did I, twinning! Yippee yippee! Sweetheart's private getaway. Oh, I love balconies. It's so nice. It's so nice. Okay. I think I robbed her thoroughly. Let's get out of here. Oh, excuse me. I have a long cat, a long lizard, about 700 Minecraft plushes. Overestimate, but whatever. A sheep ball, a strawberry, because I love Celeste, and I can't remember what other ones I have. Yo, it's quite a nice collection you've got there. I'm trying to think. I don't have a lot of food. Stuffed animals. I have a sushi squishmallow that my sister gave me. I don't know. I have quite a few squishmallows. And some of the like beanie babies with the big eyeballs. And of course my sock monkeys. Clams. And clams. Man, if I ever am in need of clams, I just come back here. Smash all the vases. Oh. It's kind of loud in here. Turn it down a smidge. Okay. I don't know if that's better. You'll have to let me know. Let me through. You don't know how long I've been waiting to see Sweetheart's latest work. Huh? Please let me in. I promise I'll write you a good review. Get back to your stations, you two. You know guests take priority. Thou shall not pass. What? Is this like her writing room? Guys, stop it. You aren't helping at all. Sigh. We were supposed to have heralds guarding the entrance to the show. But I heard they all got held up at the ballroom in the library. Whatever's going on must be quite the event, if it's even more important than Sweetheart's latest showcase. Well, I want to see the showcase. I call it Perica's Fair in my native language. Huska starts with H, and my friend who gifted me the plushie thought it would be a funny name. Wait, that's so cute! That's so cute, I love that. Welcome to the Royal Gallery. Please enjoy a complimentary tofu. Thank you. Oh, wow, thank you. Sweetheart can do everything. She can paint, sing, dance, and even make movies. I just wish she would notice me. Hey man, you okay? You got no color in your face. The R is rolled? Oh, I wish I could roll my R's. I don't know how. 25 clams. What is your... Is your native language like Russian? Or what language is that? Cat Pyramid. What a fantastic show. This visit was well worth the trip from Orange Oasis. Kinda like Cat Pyramid. A little guy with feet. I don't know how to not roll my R's. Really? Like every time you say an R, it's rolled? That's that's kind of awesome. That's some aura. Welcome to the Royal Gallery. This month's feature is Waivers of Sweetheart? I don't know what that means. Welcome to the Royal Gallery. This month's feature is Waivers of Sweetheart. Okay. Soy sauce? Is this not an eggplant? Galleries are all about showing off cool stuff. They should be showing me off. I'm cool stuff too. I roll all my R's. I have some strong accent? That's so nice. That's so nice. I like that. Wow, I am beyond moved by this work. The unabashed display of this artist's immense ego is truly breathtaking. I sound like a country hick? No, you do not. Well, that's nice, sweetie. Straight out of Duck Dynasty? Wow. That's so awesome. Kinda love that for you. Welcome to the Royal Gallery. This one's... man, stop telling me about the feature. On the way here, I accidentally stepped on a sprout mole's foot. So she called me a miserable peon and slapped me silly. Sigh. I must have hurt her foot really bad. Oh. That's sad. My native language is Slavic. Which I mean is a Slavic language. So Russian wasn't very far off? Slavic? I'm not very familiar. Yeehaw, brother! That's a far burnin'? Far burnin'? Far is in like fire? Susie, I can't imagine you saying far. Cute. Oh my goodness. Look at this little guy. His name is Gluten and he's got a big old tongue. These paintings, they have awakened something in me. I hope it's not permanent. So everyone's talking about the art and I'm not seeing a single painting. All I see is an ice sculpture. I like this crown though. Yo-ho-ho! This showing is simply magnifique. Oh, here's the art. What? It's just sweetheart-ified. That's awesome. Dawan thought Dawan understood art. After coming here, Dawan is starting to second guess himself. Behold! Isn't this the finest piece of art you've ever laid your eyes upon? Oh my goodness. Dada is a mention. I know exactly 0 people outside of Slovakia who know Slovak. Oh. Surely you'll meet someone one day. The bummers of being 2D. You can't see the art that awakens things in people. Ah, that is such a bummer. 8 keys left. Please smash things. 25 clams. Let's go. Aubrey W. A peculiar face is indented into the wall. You're not sure what it means. Wow, this is quite the showroom. Still, it is strange. I don't remember this castle being here before. Maybe I'm just imagining things. From top to bottom. Earring. Okay, so we got girl with the pearl earring. Sweetheart crossing the Delaware. Okay. Washington crossing the Delaware. So eating a burrito? I'm not familiar with that one. What is this one parodying? I don't know. The swing? Sweet time? Is this the swing? To be honest, this doesn't even look like the swing. I'll take it though. The creation of Sweetheart. Okay. Sweet Harnica? The creation of Adam and Guernica by Picasso. Awesome. And the birth of Sweetheart. The birth of Venus. Yeah, not to mog on you guys, but I took AP Art History. I'd rather hope not. Slavic is it's a difficult language. Oh, thank you for that, Jade. I see. I have no concept of if English is difficult or not. I feel like the irregular tenses are kind of hard. But I feel like all languages are kind of hard. I don't know. A Sunday with Sweetheart? I'm not familiar with that one. Sweetheart Night? Mona Sweetheart? Scream Art. It's so awesome. Wow. I feel moved. Welcome to the Royal Gallery. This one's feature is Auver's a Sweetheart. I wouldn't even see a painting like that. English is kinda easy? Really? I don't know. I've heard some people say it's kinda hard and some people say it's a little easier. I heard that the like conjugating verbs is a little bit easier. But I've heard that the irregulars are kind of funky wonky. Well, I don't know. I want to go to karaoke too. I'm going to sing my heart out at karaoke this week. No one can top my cover of Don't Stop Sweetheart. That's so cute. Me and the boys are thinking about going to karaoke this week. You guys should come join us. That sounds scary. I would do it though. The statue is made of the crystallized tears of Sweetheart's enemies. I didn't know she had enemies. I also figure I already broke these, but I guess not. I didn't think I ran out of names so fast. I don't have anything for Wingle. Your Wingle could be Soju. Oh, excuse me. Wow, that was so enlightening. Wait, does this guy not attack? Oh. Oh, I guess he does. Lucius's party rules initiative. It's a nat 1. Omori's party has upper hand. Oh, wow. Poor little guy. Wow. We're doing it, we're doing it. He's losing his juice. Oh. Ouch. Poor Kel. Oh, he's so low. We can bread this guy. You can cook. Yippee! He had a dual attack and he still died. Yippee! Eat that bread though. I was actually saving Soju for C-Dot because he turns into a shift tree. I can imagine what C-Dot looks like, but I do not know what shift tree is, I don't think. The hardest thing you have in English is the fact that there are about 9 tenses and none of them modify the verb beyond a single letter. Sentence structure is always the same. Other than pronunciation, mostly everything is very consistent. 9 tenses? Don't other languages have a lot of tenses though? You got present tense, and future tense, and past tense. And then your participles, your past participles. I don't know. The only language that I've like actually learned is Spanish, and I feel like Spanish was kind of similar as far as tenses go. I very briefly started learning Japanese, but I kind of have not been keeping up with that. Search him? His look will make it obvious? I don't have my phone on me. I'll search him later if I remember. Ah yes, Sweetheart special tea and crumpets. Would you like to have some? Yeah! Giving up on the naming scheme for this bird. Your name is Whimsy? That's a good name. Sweetheart's throne. Oh my goodness, this castle is so large. Where am I? Oh, I see. It's like, why can't I move? Oh my goodness gracious. What is this line for? Hopefully not lemonade. How dare they make me wait? I am an esteemed guest. My goodness, so many esteemed guests. This is not strawberry syrup. Well, it's been a while since I've seen you four. Up to no good again, I presume. Have you learned your lesson after venturing out of the tunnels? Next time you won't be so lucky. Bunch of books, but all the pages are glued. Wait. This one has a mustache that's like made out of leaves. That's cute. Not strawberry syrup. I don't know what I've been told. Sweetheart's love is good as gold. I kind of like the way Sweetheart runs this place. Pink question mark? Wait. I thought they'd be all different color moles, but they're all just called pink. Pian. How do I get out of here? Slavic has 3 tenses: past tense, present tense, and future tense, and the verbs are affected by the subject. So first person verb is different from second or third person, whether it's singular or plural, and whether you're using it to state a fact, a command, or a want. Ooh. Swedish had something like that as well. The subjunctive, like, business. That was so hard for me to understand. I'm glad English doesn't have all that. Man, how am I supposed to... Oh, I guess I can go this way. Strawberry cake that smells like a beet. I wonder if the sprout moles are beets. Oh my goodness. Welcome to Conga Island? Oh. Okay. Nice little conga line we've got going. Huh. I was kind of hoping for a jam packet, but that's fine. Okay, the guards are saying the same stuff. Man, all of these heralds got nothing to say. Ooh, I have a question for you. Do you think ghosts would be considered a gas? No. No, because they don't dissipate, I think. Good is pink, and then bad is the other colors. I guess Sweetheart only wants the pink moles. But how do I get rid of the others? Oh my, there's simply no time to admit entry to all these unruly guests. Just goes to show that we mustn't ever underestimate the popularity of our dear Sweetheart. You there, servants with the ugly faces. The upcoming main event has a strict dress code. It is of utmost importance that our audiences dress to Sweetheart's exact specifications. Here's a simple chart that even a non-sprout mole could understand. Okay, the dress code is pink, I see. Whoa, funky music. Kindly ask the lesser guests to follow you and bring them to me. You can do something that simple, can't you? Yeah, I guess so. Bam, 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 bam. That's 3 times 3 times 2 times 3 equals 54. Verbs per verb. Of course, you don't have to memorize. Still a lot of ways to say the same thing. Oh dear. That does sound like a lot. Okay. No, maybe you should leave. Oh. We gotta riz them up with Hero. Bam, 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 bam. Please follow me. Greetings, esteemed guest. Please follow me as your presence is urgently required. My Switch is dying so fast. Plug it in, plug it in. Me? They have got to make an exception. I must go show them a piece of my mind. Give it CPR. That's so crazy. My Switch has an issue with its battery, to where it doesn't say the right number. Like, it'll say that my Switch has 60% battery left, and then it'll just die. So I kind of have to play my Switch, like, plugged in constantly. My goodness, this is a lot of dialogue. I just need these guys to follow me. Okay. You have to explain what's going on. Wait, I could go to Conga Island with all these sprout moles. That'd be kind of awesome. This is Big Boy Z to Alpha 3. The jig is up. Abort the mission. Bzz. He's so charming. Of course, the stuff is wonderful here. I don't know if I mentioned this, but Kukorai Tuka means blueberry in Slovak. Wait, I didn't know that. Your name is Blueberry. That's so cute. What a good one. Okay, I think I got them all. Oh, I guess there's some here. Oh, I just wanted to see my only son. Is Sweetheart their only son? What? Why do I gotta go? Okay. Please take me to Conga Island. So cute. What a good game this is. Katabunobi? Perhaps Mocha for this kind fella? Mocha, what a good name! I really like food names for Pokemon. Oh, I don't want to take a bite. No, thank you. Oh, wait, I need this one too. Am I finally getting center stage? Okay, and you too. My, of course. You look like a clean, upstanding gentleman. Clean is an interesting verb. Or adjective. Okay, I think this is all of them. How many sprouts are left? Even from here, I can see that there's one guest that is improperly dressed. Okay. I missed one. Oh, I see them. Hello. C is... T sharp? Which is read as the ch in church? Choretka? Like that? Dang, I knew I picked the wrong tie. I did. Are you impressed? Did I do a good job? Yummy. Okay. Let's get these sprout moles out of here. I think I'm gonna make chicken soup pho today. I got this little This piece of bread that's supposed to be like a soup bowl. like bread, a bread bowl, I guess you would call it. I got it on sale and I need to use it before it goes bad. The whole word is ch 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 yup. I I don't know how to read that. I bet it sounds really pretty in your native tongue though. Splendid. I knew you had it in you. Now we can finally get rid of these unpinkish guests. Guards! Escort these sprout moles to the dungeon. Aw, man. Wait, I can't believe I participated in being a narc. Chico Eka? Chichorieka. Chichorieka. What about the D? Is the D silent? Did you kill all bunnies? I think so. I tried. I've been trying. I think I probably killed like 8 bunnies today. Although it was in like the spider area. They were like spider bunnies. I'm not sure if it counted, but I hope it did. That takes care of that. Those unpinkish guests will never see the light of day again. Oh, I'm a narc. Oh, that's unlucky. Hiya. The D changes to a T. Etka. Etka. I see. Do I get a prize for doing that, or am I just like a hater? I guess I'm just a hater. Darn it. Harold's party rules initiative. It's not 20. Harold's party has the upper hands. Aw, man. Meow, meow, meow. Hack away. Bam, bam. 33 damage. Poor Omori. Look at him being happy though. I love a smile that's like slightly off-putting. So I'm trying to pronounce the word. Listen. I'm trying to really think about it and do a good job. But you know, it's hard to do a good job. All I got is English and like 20% Spanish. Are they dead? They're dead! You did great! Thank you! Thank you. Oh, we found nachos and tofu! Wait, that was so awesome. Meow, meow, meow. Nachos do. Heal 75? You eat candy. And you eat bread. No better. Cute. I think I came from up there. So maybe I'll work my way towards the middle. Oh wait, I was already here. Is this a loop? Oh, it is a loop. Oh man, I could have had tea and crumpets. I didn't even have to use my bread. That's okay. Yippee. I watched every episode of Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts at least 6 times. Oh, I didn't mean to click on you again. Huh? Are you Sweetheart? Oh, an uncomfortably realistic Sweetheart doll. I bring Sweetheart with me wherever I go. Say hello, Sweetheart. Oh dear. Be quiet. This is my favorite movie. A big theater. That's kind of nice. Sweetheart is perfect in every way. I would do anything for her. Hi, who are you? Popcorn girl. Why are you not a sprout mole? Yeah, here you go. It's popcorn. Okay. You want to watch a movie? Yeah. Carrot, thank you for the hydrate. I hope this movie's good. This is really what we're watching? Okay. I thought it would be more of the, like, choosing a suitor thing. This is like what I tried to do in Flipnote Studio on my DS. Oh, wow. It's Sweetheart in front of her castle. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, a new angle. Well, this sure is something. I chose that word as my username for 2 simple reasons. One, it was at one point considered the prettiest word in Slovak language, and maybe still is. And 2, it's hard for English speakers to pronounce most of the time. You purposely chose one that would be hard to pronounce? Oh yeah, now I'm gonna think about it every time you come to chat. I feel like I just call you Kuko. But knowing it's a CH sound. To... 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 Cho... Redka. You know, I bet it is really pretty if you say it correctly. I just got a pedo. His name is Squab? Why is his name Squab? I thought this movie would end. Maybe you just have to get out of your seat in the middle of it. I think that's kind of rude, but I get the feeling it goes forever. Squab is the meat of a young, immature pigeon? Food name. Ah! Wait! I think it's cute when you name a food name that, like, isn't actually what it would be if you ate it. That feels kind of threatening. It's like naming a pig Bacon. That feels kind of messed up. That was such a good movie. Yay! Clap, 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 clap. Everyone be sure to mark that one on your letterbox accounts. Sweetheart is the only one that understands me. Sweetheart, you will be mine. Shh. I'm not really here. You didn't see anything. What? Calling a dog dog meat? Is that what the dog in Fallout 4 is called? Or did I make that up in my head? Naming the bird Katsu isn't weird? Stretch up for that. Sigh. No, naming the bird Katsu isn't weird. Because, like, I think Katsu is usually pork or chicken. And and it was neither of those things, so it, like, doesn't count. As a reputable movie critic, I believe that all of Sweetheart's works are beyond what our feeble minds can comprehend. I love Sweetheart so much, I can't even remember a time before her. Seriously, I can't. Wow. The Royal Theater sure is interesting. Oh my goodness. It's so loud in the main halls. Okay, what is this? It's quiet. Oh, is this the dungeon? Well, no, the dungeon was in the back. I don't know what this is. Oh, whispering, but there's no one here. Oh, great. I don't know what it means. Does Omori know what it means? Guess not. Oh, are you guys all seeing this? Here, you're the oldest. You talk to it. Keeper of the castle. You are brave to speak to me, young ones. Tell me, are you enjoying Sweetheart's castle? That girl, she was an elaborate one. This dwelling, it takes the shape of one's deepest desires. Oh my god, this is just like Paper Lily. Shout out to Paper Lily, what a good game. I caught Chili the Snow Rat. Aw, that's so cute. Chili, what a good one. Place to return to. Somewhere to call home. Sweetheart came to me a long time ago, a poor girl from the desert, and begged me on her knees to make this place hers. I gave her what she desired, a castle full of riches, servants for her to command, a stage for her to flaunt her power. Yet she still wants more. It must be a curse. Soon she will leave and not return. I know this. And when I have deemed that she has found her home elsewhere, I will look for a new owner. At that time, return to me. You, with the empty eyes. Your soul is split, but you can only choose one path. Omori's soul is split? It will be interesting to see what you will make of this dwelling. I wonder if that's like the little area outside of the white space. If like Omori made that up. But I guess that wouldn't be true because it seems like it hasn't really happened yet. Squeak! Yeah, here you go. Ugh. Yeah, here you go. Listen carefully. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? I wonder what more... Ah! It's so loud. I wonder what more Sweetheart wants. A nat 20. He only rolls nat 20s and nat 1s. I want him to roll like a 7. I think that'd be kind of awesome. Oh, Harold protects himself. 69 damage. Sheesh. Goodbye. Oh, this guy's still quite healthy. I guess it's because he's shielding. I guess that makes sense. right in the heart and only 18 damage. Oh, that's much better. Red slice. I wonder if the bread slice is enough. Oh, I guess probably not if he's protecting himself. Omori's attack lift! Sheesh. Surely it'll go through this time. Oh, Omori, please get it together. Okay, there we go. 1101 EXP. Oh, and some tofu. Lovely. Colored ricochet? I wonder... I wonder if I'm doing good at levels or if I should be grinding a little more. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like my little guys are quite strong, but I don't know if this is normal or not. Deals damage to a foe 3 times. That's so good. Do I like that more than Flex? What is your speed at? $52? Well, that's a lot higher than your attack. Oh, it's because you're wearing bunny ears. Maybe that's good. Okay. Looks good to me. Right, that's the art museum area. I think I explored all of the West Wing. Oh my goodness. Stop, imposters. I know what you are. You are not Sprout Morals. You must be wondering how I'm able to tell. You see, I am the son of the fabled warrior of legend, Sir Maximus. You may have bested my father, but I am stronger than he. With my impressive lineage and my father by my side, I will be victorious. Ugh. What a handsome little creature. Oh, I think he's angry. Meow, 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 meow. I don't know how much run and gun does. Surely it's gotta be pretty good. 59? Let's see what a normal attack does. Look at him. A cool fella. Oh, only 24. I think run and gun is quite good. With the bunny ears, at least. You can do it! Yeah. Ouch! Does Omori take a lot of damage when he's manic? Or... this is... defense just not that good. Which? Miss. Dual attack. Maybe Minic's not that good. attack whiffed. At least the defense fell. Okay. Quite a little tank we've got here. Use on whom? What? Ignores foe's defense and reduces foe's defense. Why would I use that on her? Maybe that's just saying like she's the one using it. I don't know, kind of strange. Oh, wait. Oh. It's a bit better. So many dual attacks, though. No. I cannot let my father's death be in vain. Snack time. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Strikes twice. That's not so bad. Sorry. I realize I'm not saying a lot. I'm locked in. Oh my goodness. Cow. Omori did not succumb. My goodness. Well, if everyone can survive, it'll be okay. I'm worried about the prospects of that, though. Life jam. And, berry smoothie, perhaps? Well, maybe we don't really need a smoothie. I guess it depends on if Omori's speed is good enough. Oh, it didn't let me release energy. Kimchi is evolving. Yo! This is so exciting. Oh, my little guys. Why couldn't I release energy? Oh, maybe you can only do that if everyone's alive. Oh my god, he's so close. He's so close to being dead. I think Omori's gonna go first. Low-key unfortunate. Whole pizza, 250 hearts to all friends. That's awesome. Okay, life gem per hero. And then just attack him regular style, please. Father, forgive me. I'm sorry. I have failed you. Ah, thank goodness everyone's alive. Accidentally closed the evolve screen so I couldn't get a memento. Aww. But that's okay. We'll remember it in our hearts. 300 clams and some tofu. Hero learned homemade jam? Can that... Whoa. Can that revive people? That would be cool. Oh, that's so nice. Maybe that's better than cook. Swap. You have bread as well. Okay. This is not fruit punch. Do you like that they're put clear into the fountain? Yeah, do we get a wish? I wish... Mm, I wish... Mm, I wish that everyone has good sleep tonight. Mm. Ah, jeez. Look at the size of this crowd. We'll never get through at this rate. Let's look around for another exit. Maybe the crowd will die down eventually. We should check back here later. Okay. I assume after we're done with the east wing, the crowd will be gone. Although... Is this where it came from? Oh, this is the chef area. Okay. And in the center is the dungeon. Okay. Time to make my league card. Make sure it's dapper as hell for you. Can't let Taboo's legacy be boring. Oh, thank you. I am nothing if not a fan of swag. If there's a sticker option, make sure you put plenty of stickers. Oh. Goodbye. Man, look at the amount of rooms. Take a while, huh? Is this where I came from? Or is this where I came from? No. Oh, I came from up there. Okay. Maybe it won't take forever. Maybe there's only 2 rooms. I'll fight this guy though. I want more bread. Oh. Well, I was hoping to get bread from that, but died too fast. Oh well. I have access to my Pokemon boxes. I love the names I gave to my Reggies. What names did you give them? This is so cute. They're still preparing for a wedding, but I feel like Sweetheart doesn't even have a suitor. Rockia World to Regirock. A nice time for Regice and Stelia Girl for Registeel. Oh, Carrot. Oh, Carrot. Oh. No, 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 no. This won't do at all. You and Center left. You call that singing? My cousin's plastic flamingo sings better than you. And don't think I can't see you in the back row dozing off during the chorus. Pull yourselves together, or else Sweetheart will have us thrown in the dungeon. Huh. These sprout moles seem to have run into some trouble. I wonder if there's any way we can help. Hey guys, y'all need a hand? We're professional helpers here, at your service. Oh, thank goodness. The professionals have a... Thanks, she. Thanks, I guess. You mean, oh, Carrot, it's fire? Yeah. Something like that. We absolutely must have the choir ready before Sweetheart's main event, but there simply isn't enough time. I'm out of names. What are you trying to name? You see, we sprout moles have become very sleepy when listening to music. So as you can imagine, the choir keeps putting itself to sleep. Aww. Sigh. I'm afraid we may have to resort to alternative methods to keep them all awake. I see. Dear fellow sprout mole, I know exactly what you're talking about. You do? Thank goodness we're saved. I should have expected as such from professionals. Wanna know head pat redeem? Oh, well, cause I have a... Sorry. I have a head pat emote, so I thought it might be a little redundant to have a redeem and also an emote. But if that's your way of saying you would head pat me, I'll take it. A Jinkamo? I have no food names that could work with him. His name is Bear. Wait, Bear is such a good name. That's so cute. Listen, they don't all have to be on theme. You can just have like a main theme and then some other cute things going on. I'll handle this, good sir. You can trust me. I don't really see how Kel's gonna handle it. Music machine. No, that's the sound a drum makes. What? Yo. We will only use Pokemon that fit the theme. Goodbye, Jingmo-o. You've been sentenced to 1,000 years in a box. Strawberry cake that smells like the ocean. Mmm, salty strawberry cake. Yummers. Oh, how cute. More jam packets. Nice music. The music in this game is so good. Peach soda. And fries. Okay. How are we addressing the situation? Mr. Virtuoso Mole, sir. I'm all ready to go. Thank you, gracious professional. We are in your debt. Aw, you're so cute. They're singing in their sleep, so that's good. What no honeycomb redeem? What would a honeycomb redeem be? Yes, soon every redeem. Aw, see, I don't even have any honeycombs. The only cereal I have at the moment is Crave, if you heard of that. It's like chocolate cereal. I don't got any honeycombs. Excuse me, professional. If I may, it seems like you barely did anything. But I wonder if we can do better. Do you want to try again? Yes. Am I supposed to be like throwing tomatoes at them? Bow, bow, bow. Wait, that's cute. Surely that cannot be the best method. Imagine going to a wedding and someone is just throwing tomatoes. That feels a bit disrespectful. Yes, 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 yes. Splendid work. With your help, the main event will surely be most glorious. It looks like it's almost time for the event. Oh my god, I got an achievement for doing that perfectly. Slay. Also, I couldn't access the head pat emoji because I'm not subbed. I like to wait for the pats. Oh no. Oh, you have been locked away. What do you call that? Like when you can't, like when the game says it's free, but there's actually paid content sneakily. I forgot that it was called, but that's what I'm doing to you. I think so, the hydrate. How long have you been in the castle? Jeez. Listen, Mixo, we gotta explore every inch and talk to all the sprout moles. Surely you understand. Micro toy interactions? I don't think that's the word I was thinking of, but it works. I'll take it. This means we only have enough time for one more session. Do you wanna give us one last shot? But I did perfectly. I guess. I guess. Do there's an abundance? Of hydrates? Or of micro transactions? I'm just mad at how big the castle is. So ostentatious. I kinda like it. I mean, like, it is taking a while, but... You know. I feel like as long as you're engaged with the game, it's okay if it takes a long time. I guess sometimes things feel meaningless, but in this particular game, I feel like I'm having a great time. Neither my previous message should hydrate with my tears. Oh, sorry. I didn't even read that. Oh. Salty. Thank you for your time. We'll try to make do with what we have. Bro, I did perfect the first time. Don't say make do. Okay. I think they've been helped. Oh. A ballroom. Wait. Can I just take your dance partner? Oh. Oh, I'm just messing things up. Sigh. I want to dance too, but no one will be my partner. Will one of you dance? Yeah! Okay, I won't disappoint you. Go, go. It's so cute. Glad you're having fun. I'm having so much fun. This is so awesome. I might be biased because I quite like the castle like aesthetic. It's pink and it's got hearts and it's got funny music. That was so much fun. Ah, what is this feeling? My heart is racing so fast. Thanks, hehe. Aw, cute. I love dancing. Oh. You and your friends feel like new. Aw. My Switch died. No more funny Pokemon names. Oh, Carrot. Carrot, you were supposed to plug it in. Now what are you gonna do? Oh, don't touch. Okay, maybe the crowd is departed now. Ugh. Stop, imposters! I know it's you. Man. I'm the son of the fabled warrior of legend, Sir Maximus II, and grandson of Sir Maximus. Man, this is the same thing. You may have bested my father and grandfather, but that has only fueled my rage and thirst for vengeance. With my impressive lineage and my father and grandfather by my side, I will be victorious and avenge my family. Oh dear. My cord isn't long enough. I didn't see the low power icon because I was locked in on your stream. Oh no! This is so sad. Well, at least you can charge it now. Starting to see why the castle has lasted so long. What do you mean by that? I am fighting a lot of enemies. Oh my god, and they're both happy. Slay. I didn't even see how much attack Kel did with the run and gun. It's fine. All-time Sir Maximus the Fourth. There better not be a fourth one. That's so excessive. My goodness. Oh my god, Kel! Ugh. My poor little guy. I only have 2 life gems left. Sheesh. At least I have jam packets. Miss! Sheesh. Aw, man. I was hoping the snack time would be after Kel was survived. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Hi, Nightmare. How's it going? You may have bested my great-grandpappy, but will you best moi? Man. I'm starting... Don't tell anyone, but I'm starting to dislike mole sprouts. They're so... interesting. Doing good, how are you? I'm doing good! Thank you for asking. I quite like this game. Do you like this game? Halt. I'm Sir Maximus the Fifth. I'm here before you can best my father, Sir Maximus the Fourth. They just like stack on top of each other. That's kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Tea time. I didn't mean to pick tea time. I meant to pick the jam option. Oops. Have the power of perfect dodging every other attack and slowing down time? I'm cooked. Remember me and my friends calling ourselves Sir Maximus and the first and so on in like 2021? Wait, that's so cute. Oh my god, wait, they're gonna do their big attack. It'll be so cool. It's gonna be so cool, I promise. Check this out. Hi, love. Good morning, Tommy. Check this out. No, I cannot let my father's and his father's deaths be in vain. What? Bro. Bro. Why aren't you dead? Father. Grandfather. I'm sorry. I have failed you. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Get out of here. 2,500 EXP! 900 grams! Oh, and a tofu. Of course. Look. They're 17. That's my favorite number. Oh, the operator learns Mood Wrecker. Poor hero is a little behind. I think he died. I think he died during a big boss fight, so now he's like a level below everyone. Don't tell anyone. Is it just me, or does it seem quieter all of a sudden? Wasn't there a crowd of sprout moles at the entrance earlier? I don't see them around anywhere. They must have finally pushed their way outside. Let's follow them, Omori. Maybe they can lead us out of here. What a little save. if I given enough, will it save? This game can take a long time. Yeah, I'm kind of figuring that one out. I feel like I've been playing for a lot of hours, but I'm still not very far. A swing that doesn't miss deals extra damage to happy foes. Oh. I don't like getting rid of guard because I like having a zero cost skill so that Omori can do bread slice, but maybe it's time. Oh, my jam. And then we use this. Slurp. Almost halfway. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. I would like to save. Hmm. Oh, I guess Mari was in the dungeon. Maybe I could just go back there. Was definitely stuff you had to do a replay for. Oh, really? I didn't really plan on doing a replay, but I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm so clam pilled. Um, I thought she's in this main area, but maybe she's in the latter area. Yippee! Please eat pickle. Remember every choice you made in the game. Mm, I have made a lot of choices. Please don't give any hints or anything, though. Or any, like, references for stuff that will happen. I would like to figure out for myself. I'll save on one. Remember that one pixel? The the dead pixel in, like, Queen's throne room or something like that? The Ampeg pixel? Did we see a pregnant pixel somewhere? I must I must miss that one. Pig pixel is real? Where? Did I see it, or is it like something in this game that's like an Easter egg that like maybe I might have missed? I mm, I'm trying really hard to think, and I don't remember any sort of pregnancies. I don't know if I was there for that one. It is getting hungry in here though. It's nothing. You just making up, Mpreg. Thanks, Mixo. Thanks, Mixo. I know I can always count on you. But anyway, I'm gonna go make some chicken noodle soup. Preg, Preg, Nin Cage? It is my duty to make up Mpreg? Wow. And what a good job you do at your duty. So awesome. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna make some soup. Oh wow, there's like nobody live right now. Where is everybody? I just joined. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm hungry. I'm sorry, I'm hungry. I'll be live again on Thursday, I think. Is that real? Does anyone know when I'm live again? I don't. I don't. We'll find out though. But yeah, thank you. Thank you all for coming. My schedule is up in my Discord server. If you really have to know, if you really gotta know, you can join my Discord and you can look. It just escapes you right now. Oh, thank you for the hate cheat. But yeah, we're gonna raid Levi. Here's a raid message if you like it. Here's a sub raid message if you want it. And I hope you guys had a good time with Omori. I hope you thank you. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Um make sure you drink plenty of water and eat plenty of protein and get plenty of sleep and make good choices. Goodbye. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Bye. Thank you.